Good. Good afternoon, everybody. I'll call the May 26, 2026 regular council meeting to order. I'll start with our land acknowledgement that the City of Fort Saskatchewan is located on Treaty 6 territory in Métis Nation of Alberta District 11. We recognize we stand upon land that carries the footsteps of many Indigenous peoples, including the Nehawak, Dene, Blackfoot, Saulteaux, Nakota Sioux, and Métis. The city honors the First Peoples of this land and is committed to fostering reconciliation through relationship building, knowledge gathering, and education. Welcome to everyone joining us today in the gallery. Just for your information, the washrooms are located in the main lobby of City Hall. If there is an emergency today, we're going to proceed out this door, up the stairs, follow the staff. They'll get you out to the muster point. If this for some reason is blocked, there is a secret door behind us to the right that will get us out there too. All right, I'll start by asking for an adoption of the agenda. It's a long meeting, guys. Councillor Randhawa?
I move we adopt the agenda as distributed.
Thank you very much. Is there any errors or omissions, any changes? Not seeing any. Please cast your vote. We do not need to add anything today, councillors. And that is carried. All right, next on the list is delegations. So this is an opportunity for anyone here today to come and speak to anything on our agenda that is not related to a public hearing. So for today, that's commercial revitalization grants, bus stop improvements, public member appointments, water tower refurbishment, or motion following notice, 5-year reserve strategy. Is there anyone who wants to come up and talk to any of those points here today? Not seeing anybody. All right, thank you very much. All right, I'll take a motion to approve the consent agenda. Councillor Blizzard, sorry, Councillor Harris, she's faster.
You got to be on your toes here. I make a motion that we approve all of the items that are on our consent agenda.
Thank you very much. I'll accept the motion. Councillor Randhawa?
Can I ask that we pull 10.1 from the consent? Commercial grants?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank
you. So we'll remove 10.1 from consent. So the motion will be as amended. Any other comments? Not seeing any. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried. Oh, sorry, I was looking at the wrong screen.
I haven't voted yet.
Yep. I was like, that looks different. All right. Nope. Now it is carried. Apologies. All right.
Like so.
Minutes was approved under consent. We'll move on to the public hearing number 1. 6.1 C1826, amend the land use bylaw by adjusting the SLDR South Point Low Density Residential District and rezoning lands from DCA 06 to SLDR public hearing. Scott Pirich presenting. Just before you start, just for everyone's knowledge, today the public hearing will go, admin will do their presentation, council will ask questions. Then they will step aside. Anyone from the public who would like to come up and make any comments will be able to do so. After that, admin will come back up for any follow-up questions and they will close the public hearing. All right, I'll open the public hearing at 2:03.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Scott Pirich, and I'm a planner at with the Planning and Development Department here at the city. I'm presenting bylaw C18-26, a proposed land use bylaw amendment in the South Point area for second and third reading. So for this presentation, I'll begin with the application details, including its location and proposed redistricting and district overview, and I will conclude with administration's recommendation. So the subject area is located within the South Point neighborhood, with the land being generally bounded by Allard Way along here and Dawson Ave along here. The amendment area is generally highlighted in blue. So bylaw C18-26 proposes amendments to the South Point low density residential.
Sorry, Mr. Pirich, one moment. We don't have a presentation on this screen.
It's just this one monitor.
the power on?
I don't think so.
It's off? That's okay, Lindsay. So we'll just hit presentation on your screen and double tap twice, and then it'll be on this one if you can't see up there. Okay? Sorry about that, Ms. Pirich. Can you continue?
So bylaw C18-26 proposes amendments to the South Point Low Density Residential District, or SLDR for short, and redistricting portions of lands currently districted as direct control DCA06 to Parks and Recreation PR district and to the SLDR district. So for greater context, the current South Fort Area Structure Plan designates this area as largely low-density residential and medium-density residential along the major transportation routes, as can be seen in the image above. Please note there is no change to the ASP with this amendment. So the amendment to the SLDR district will remove maximum setbacks, distances to provide additional flexibility, and removes regulations regarding multi-attached with front access, as this housing form is not being proposed. Bylaw C18-26 updates lot width requirements for single detached development when adjacent to lane-based zero lot lines. And currently under the SLDR district, townhouses are limited. This amendment would allow additional multi-attached buildings when identified as medium density in an area structure plan or outline plan. And finally, mapping is to be added to clarify where the SLDR district may be applied. For additional context, this chart shows the comparison of what is allowed currently under the DC district on the right and what would be allowed under the proposed SLDR district on the left. The two districts are very similar. However, I would like to bring to your attention the site widths where the SLDR district does allow for zero lot line developments when identified in the outline plan, and introduces 8.2 meter wide lots in order to act as a transition between the zero lot line development and your conventional development. So during first reading, I had mentioned that the South Point Outline Plan would need amendments. This amendment is a requirement of the South Fort Area Structure Plan that any proposed zero lot line development be identified in the outline plan. So on screen now, you can see the current South Point Outline Plan with the amendment area highlighted in purple. The majority of the area is identified for low-density residential, with a portion of medium-density residential along Allard Way reflecting the area structure plan. So the proposed South Point Outline Plan has the same designation for low-density residential and medium-density residential, but identifies locations of the zero lot line development with the white hatcheting. So the proposal conforms to the Municipal Development Plan and the South Fort Area Structure Plan. And as mentioned, an amendment to the South Point Outline Plan is required, as innovative or compact housing forms must be clearly identified. Administration supports the amendment as it increases housing diversity and efficient land use. The location is appropriate for medium density residential development due to proximity to transportation routes and being located near a school site. The public hearing for bylaw C18-26 was advertised for 2 consecutive weeks in accordance with the Municipal Government Act. Information was posted to the City of Fort Saskatchewan website and social media, and notice of this public hearing and amendment were also circulated to landowners within 100 meters of the amendment area. One letter of opposition was received. This letter noted concerns with the amendment to the SLDR district in allowing more than 4 consecutive multi-attached housing along Allard Way. It was noted this was a good control in maintaining the intended low-density residential character of the district, and it also mentioned concerns regarding access to smaller lots by emergency vehicles. And with that, administration is recommending that council approve the amendment to the South Point outline plan and to give second and third reading to bylaw C18-26 as described in the council report. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I know that there's going to be questions, so just whomever wants to go first. Councillor Blizzard.
Sure, someone's got to start. Have we ever done surveys on people that have lived in a 0 lot line house for a year or two, how they find it once the area is built out? Because I do have concerns about the density.
Through Mayor Macon to Councillor Blizzard, to my knowledge, the only, I guess, unofficial survey that's been done is through informing people of what their rights are in terms of their easement that would be registered on the property. So there has been some understanding that's been built around that. So knowing where that you can access that easement at any time, that you can do maintenance through that easement, etc. But we haven't done a qualitative survey of any type to ask people how they feel.
Okay, and do we know if they're following the rules as far as air conditioner placement, that it's not in that easement? Because I have heard that's done, fences being put up there.
So again, we don't monitor, we don't go and proactively do development, I guess, enforcement. We do it on a complaints basis.
Okay, and one more question, same line, I guess. Are they built to a higher standard? They're only 4 feet apart, so that's quite a fire risk.
So through the mayor to Councillor Blizzard, so there is that easement that's put in place as mentioned, which has requirements and specific regulations as mandated by the land use bylaw. In terms of additional architectural controls, they are addressed by the district.
And just further to that comment, I would add that there are fire code regulations under Alberta Building Code as well, and they would be a little bit different for a 0 lot line setback versus a larger setback. So our safety codes officers ensure that that is done and compliant so that people are safe.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome.
Councillor Wesley?
In the original ASP, there was a 4 multi-attached building in succession limitation. I wonder if you can give me some clarity as to why that was the case before, why is it now, and what precipitated this change?
Mm-hmm. Yes, so through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, absolutely. So that is currently in the district here for the SLDR district. The intention behind that was to limit the multi-attached housing on local roads. However, there's no proposed multi-attached being placed on local roads here. It's being located along collectors. And so with that, we felt that the regulation no longer held a purpose and could be removed as a result of that.
So just so I have a little bit of clarity here, before this wasn't on a collector road, so there were no collector roads in the area. I'm missing that point, Scott. Sorry.
Yep. So through the mayor, so before it was not identified anywhere. It could have been on local roads if they were to be identified within an outline plan. Under the medium density residential designation, but that it just never came to fruition that way. And so because the medium density is only shown on to be collector and arterial roads, it's been noted to be removed. So
okay, I'll just ask one more clarification question, then I'll cycle around. So a resident in that area would have been reasonable in the assumption that there would only be 4 multi-attached dwellings in a row, and it's more our classification and our definitions that have changed that, so they could be fairly reasonable in being concerned about that relaxation.
So through Mayor Macon, I think like I understand what you're getting at. I think in this case, what we're looking at is what are the planning merits here, and we see that this is a product that does exist very nearby in the neighborhood. Sometimes what you need to do is try things and assess like, is this working? In this case, at that location, it's felt that the amount of product that would be attached is something that would be okay in this neighborhood. It's also across the street from a park area. It's a green space. So it's not fronting onto other houses where there might be, additional conflicts. So we felt in this case that it made sense.
Okay, thank you for the answer, Lindsay.
Counselor Ketcher?
Okay, and I'll probably be asking this if the developer's coming up after. So I know we've been told before we have to get that area built out for the road structure to be able to get access and egress different ways. So in your conversations with the developer or the people who are doing this, since it's on Allard, is there going to finally be another egress out of there?
So I think I can kind of, sorry, through the mayor to Councillor Ketcher, I think I can kind of show the intended plan here. So there will be access onto Allard Way here and the existing access up here. Allard Way will be developed by the developer to the quarter section line there. Anything further south of that, if I'm understanding your question correctly, would be by the developer of the quarter section, that quarter section south of it.
Okay, but in your conversations with them, do we have any timelines yet?
So this remaining portion would be for this, when this subdivision goes through. Further south of that, there's no confirmation of that. That would be up to the landowner of that one.
Okay, I'll check when the developer comes up and ask. Thank you.
Counselor Nguyen?
Yeah, along the similar lines to traffic and future roadways, can you give us a high-level overview of the traffic impact assessment that was conducted for, in particular, pertaining to Allard Way and Greenfield Way, as there's only so many access points for vehicular traffic to this new neighborhood and adjacent neighborhoods. So what does that look like, the extra burden on, especially with other high-density adjacent and the school site right next door as well?
Mm-hmm. So through the mayor to Councillor Nguyen, so there was no specific TIA done with as a result of this amendment application. It would have been done with the ASP and from there. However, through our process working with engineering, it was noted that this amendment and this development would be supported by the road infrastructure as it was planned out, and so that was acceptable to the city, or to administration, sorry.
And I'll just add, I think I can see where some of the questions are coming from, which is that we have an incomplete road network in this area of the city, and that's definitely challenging. You will see additional applications coming forward this year, probably for lands adjacent, and so the intent is to get that full road network so that we don't have these transportation issues and we can mitigate those through the construction of new roads.
Thank you very much.
Counselor Andawa?
Thank you very much for the presentation. A question just kind of around the area. So we call it the South Point, like low density residential. So did we have a density number that this little area was supposed to be? I believe it's called like residential dwellings per hectare. Like, do we have a number it was supposed to be and what it would be now with these changes if they were to go through?
So the Southport, sorry, through the mayor to Councillor Randawa. So through the Southport area structure plan, they do note density ranges generally for the areas designated as the low density residential and for the medium density residential. And so those ranges kind of, you're looking at around usually between less than 35 for the low density areas, and then you're looking from about 35 up to around 70 for those medium density areas. So those are the ranges stipulated to through the area structure plan. When they come in for subdivision, those plans get compared to the area structure plan to make sure that they are meeting those targets as stipulated under the area structure plan.
I appreciate that. I understand that. What I was looking for was maybe a little bit more specific. Like when we look at that amendment area, what we're talking about today, how many dwellings did we anticipate under existing rules to be in that area, and how many will be in there if this was to be approved?
Through the mayor to Councillor Rendawa. So that can vary. The exact amount, I would leave it to the developer to give you those numbers that they're looking to achieve and stuff. But again, it'll generally fall within those criterias and stipulations as put in by the area structure plan.
Okay, so if this was to go ahead, would it still be low density, the non-gray part, you would say?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a couple questions before I go to round two. For the townhouses facing Allard Way, they face onto the school park. Is that entire section always going to be school park? There'll never be houses across from that. Two of the maps that I've shown here, I think look a little bit different, so I just want to confirm.
So through the, to the mayor. So the plan here, if I can kind of show it with my mouse, this area is designated for school. So that land will be designated for municipal reserve and school reserve, and once it has that designation on there, it generally will stay along those lines. There are times when maybe a school eventually closes down, that land gets returned, possibly returned to the city, or possibly another school is built. There's different options, but when that would be far down the road, and it would be come back to the city for what would happen to that land at that point.
Thank you. There was just a different version of the map that had a little line that made me wonder if a piece of it was still going to be residential right at the bottom corner. So thank you for that. The alley width behind the townhouse, can you just remind me what our alley width is? Do you know that? I'm going to put you on the spot.
Yeah, I apologize. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head.
Okay, no problem. If somebody knows that before you come back up, just for my curiosity, and we're looking at this as a whole. My last question, I guess, is around the zero lot line. So if I'm reading the same map that you actually just put up to show the school park, if I'm looking at that correctly, the zero lot lines is any of the lines where the white diagonal stripes are, correct? So I guess the comment that I would make on that is that in previous terms of council had a lot of conversation about zero lot lines, and it was a bit difficult, and people were unsure. And I think one of the things that we kind of came to is that we would allow it in most districts, but it would be a small portion, right? And then in this one, I feel like the first time that I've seen 3 sections of zero lot line in such a small space. So I guess just kind of based on direction of council in the past, why would administration support so much zero lot line in such a small area?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so to the mayor, we have had kind of a slow stance, I would say, to the zero lot lines, as you mentioned at the beginning. We have slowly incorporated it throughout the city here and there, and the application of the zero lot lines has been relatively supported by our regulations, and it's been, I would maybe note it as generally successful, and so we feel confident that through our regulations and the controls that we have in place that this is a good fit for this area, and that it can be controlled properly.
Okay. Thank you very much for that response. I'll go to round 2. Looks like Councillor Wesley, you're up.
Yeah, thank you. So when we look at good fit for this area, what kind of criteria were used in determining that these particular zero lot line developments were a good fit for this particular area in this particular alignment?
Yeah, absolutely. So through the mayor to Councillor Wesley. So again, we kind of look at the overall area in the ASP, the outline plan, looking at transportation routes, proximity to schools, pathways, anything along those lines really help to kind of put into our suggestions, into our recommendations, and we work with the applicants on kind of creating these plans. So just using as like a specific example, you might have heard some feedback about the municipal reserve noted here. This has been a kind of a pathway that's been utilized by the surrounding community already, and so this is just kind of part of the plan, is trying to bring those types of developments that help to support that that kind of community, I guess, movement and stuff like that. So, yeah.
Okay. The quantitative side of my brain would love to know a little bit more about how these various factors are weighted. I'm just trying to get some assurance that it's not just kind of, looks pretty good, like we're painting a picture or something, but there's some objective weighted criteria. Something is more important than something else, that kind of thing.
So through Mayor Macon to Councillor Wesley, I think it's great. Yeah, we want to put numbers to these things as often as we possibly can. A lot of that is captured at higher orders of planning than the land use bylaw. So your ASP and your NSP, which has statistics, which I know might tickle some people's fancy.
Certainly mine.
And so things like Scott's already mentioned, such as looking at what are the densities that are allowable, what are those statistical thresholds that we have to hit. Those are all measured when we look at this. And then further, when we look at the subdivision in much more detail. So that is incorporated. And so, yeah, what you're seeing is that planning is a little bit of science, but it's also a little bit of art in terms of how do you make a place livable? Well, how do you quantify that? It's a challenge. So we think that this is a fit for our quantitative elements within the plans, as well as some of the more qualitative things that are mentioned through maybe our municipal development plan. That's how we analyze.
Okay, well maybe I'll just flip the script on that. So we as the mayor has noted, there's the yellow lines are in particular places, right? So why not just invert that? Like, why are they there versus just where they're solid now? There could have been dashed, there could have been stripes before. Like, I'm just trying to get a sense for what the the objective thinking was in how exactly they were placed.
So you're saying just like reverse where the, okay.
So why they're not across the street?
That's a great question. I think at a certain point, we also look to the applicant to say, this is what we want to develop and how we want our neighborhood to look and the characteristics of it that we're desiring. So again, we look at what is brought to us. We evaluate it against a whole bunch of different things, standards, regulations, laws, and try to come up with a best fit that will be suitable for the area and for this community.
Yeah, and sorry if I can jump in on that a little bit too. So some of the criteria that we're looking at, again, kind of like as I mentioned, is that proximity to those transportation routes. You can see they have quick access along here and here into that roadway. These are also laned products here, so this is where it does fit the majority of the zero lot lines. So you don't see it kind of along here and here, where you don't have that lane access. So that helps to address some of that concerns with congestion, traffic, things like that as well. So a lot of this kind of comes into discussions with the applicant again at the start. So.
Okay, maybe just one question, and it's a pattern I've noticed through a lot of administration presentations, not just yours, and I'm just curious about it. When I teach risk analysis, there's in broad sense there's the risk of doing something, and then there's the risk of not doing something, and typically in the risk analysis that we've seen on these, we are noted the risk of not doing something. But very rarely have I ever seen that there is this risk of doing something, setting a precedent. If we do this now, we are binding ourselves to something else into the future. I'm just curious as to why we don't do that.
So through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, well, in the future, any designation of zero lot lines within this area has to come back to council. So if you don't want to see more of the zero lot line, if they come and apply for that in the future, you have that opportunity to refuse that or to change it or make adjustments as you would like to see in the future.
Okay, no, I guess My concern is mostly we do depend on you for this analysis, right? So you're the subject matter expert. I mean, I'm trying to learn zoning in the last 7 months on speed, right? So we are all very dependent on you providing us that perspective from one angle as well as the perspective from the other angle. Otherwise, it does seem like we're putting a thumb on the scale of the analysis.
Ms. Smith-Dugan?
Through the mayor, that is great feedback and we appreciate it. We can take it away and look at fleshing out more of the risks associated with these projects. For the particular example that you've provided, you are not bound by precedents. Council does have discretion over every redistricting application that comes in front of you. So if you were to approve this today, you are not obligated to approve it in the future. We may point to it as an example of what we've done in the past, but it still does not bind council.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Janelle, for the clarification. I appreciate that.
And Ms. Smith-Dugan, you said you had a answer.
To the mayor, yes, I phoned a friend and the lane width is minimum 6 meters.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, still on round 2, Councillor Blizzard?
Yeah, just asking, I assume that little redistricting of the little tiny parcel that's gonna be parks is a laneway heading to the back, pathways. It just seems a lot wider than the others, so is that what that is?
So, sorry, just to confirm, this parcel here that my mouse is.
Yeah, like in the middle, yep, I think
Yep,
you're pointing at that.
Yeah, so that would be municipal reserve to act as kind of a pathway into the trail that's behind that this area.
I'm just looking at the other one that's kind of in the bottom corner. That one there is just so big. Is there a reason that we need it that wide?
Mm-hmm. This one here, the bottom corner one, would not be designated as municipal reserve, so it was just strategic location of our allotment of the 10%. And because we are getting close to the end here, we do have to be careful with what gets designated as municipal reserve and what gets designated as public utility lot. So this area here will likely be a public utility lot that leads into this municipal reserve at the back here.
Oh, it's actually so, but it still will be an access to the
Yes.
back. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, it was fairly recent history where we were kind of evaluating the density with targets set by the EMRB, and both of you would have fond recollections of that. 35 units per net residential hectare was a number that echoes in my mind, and I believe that was considered a higher density. You're saying this is low density in the subject area. Can you just give me that figure of what we're looking at in terms of units per NHA?
Sorry, you're asking for like actual numbers at this time of what that subdivision will be?
Well, yeah, you've given us the map of exactly the layout and how many units are in there, so I would assume it's a quick division of units per land area.
Yes. So I'll leave that one with the developer. They can provide you with the exact numbers of what their proposal has and what that density will look like.
Okay, fair enough, thanks.
All right, round 3, Councillor Wesley. Hold on, I
right.
pushed the wrong button. There you go.
All right, thank you. Last one, I promise for this round, Scott, but we may have quality time later, I guess. Just following up on Councillor Nguyen's question about traffic assessment. And I'm just curious as to how we do this, because when I look at analysis, there's 2 ways to do that. You look at the particular development in isolation and you say, okay, how much traffic will this cause? Is the road load sufficient enough to handle that traffic? Then there's the other kind of way that you typically do analysis is given all the other development in the area and what we speculate will happen, what would be the incremental increase in load, and can the road then handle that? And so I'm just trying to wrap my head around as when you went to administration or went to our folks in infrastructure and asked that question, did they look at this as just its own isolated bundle, or did they look at this in given all of this other stuff, here's the extra incremental load?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, So I believe that our engineering department for this one would, in this particular amendment, would look at generally the area as a whole and the transportation master plan for the city as a whole. And so it wasn't specifically what was the impact of exactly this development. Because the traffic impact assessment would have been done with the ASP, which would have covered the entire area at that time, if that makes sense.
A little bit, but did we do something like that with this? Because I'm just trying to wrap my head around everything here, and just thinking, well, we didn't really do a traffic impact assessment per se with this development, but we did sort of ask transportation what they thought. I'm just trying to get maybe into what exactly they based that thought on.
Yeah, so through Mayor Macon to Councillor Wesley, the traffic impact would be looked at a bigger scale. It's really challenging to look at it on a site-by-site level. So if you're looking at a redistricting that's coming in and saying, well, it's going to add, compared to what we initially thought, maybe there's an additional 8 dwelling units, 10 dwelling units in this particular area. Doing a traffic analysis for that doesn't actually give you any dramatically different results. And so it's better to look at it on a network basis. I'm not an expert in this, but I think generally you want to look at it overall rather than very site specific, because it doesn't give you good information about how people get to the area and then get away from the area to various destinations.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much.
Through your worship, or through the mayor, just to add to Ms. Butterfield's comments, she is correct that it is best to look at it at the neighborhood level, and a Southport transportation study was completed in 2015. What is being proposed here generally aligns with the assumptions that were made when that study was undertaken.
Councillor Rendawa?
I thought I'd ask another question because Councillor Wesley's making us all look bad. So, jokes aside, so in this area, kind of the middle of it, it's quite curved, I would say, as it's kind of laid out. And if I compare that to the areas to the north, I believe it's Ken Hodgson's Park, we've had quite linear development. So a few months back when we had snow, I went for a ride along with our roads manager, and he did remark that the areas to the north that are quite linear are a lot easier for us to send graders down. It's a lot less work and so forth, and they prefer that kind of development just for snow removal, maintenance, street sweeping, and etc. Did we consult those departments for this, and did they have any feedback at all?
So through the mayor to Councillor Rendawa, yes, we circulated to our departments internally to gather their feedback, have discussions with them. We did get comments back from them, and we did address any concerns that came up out of there, and they were okay with the finalized product here. Before we bring this forward, we make sure that those are all addressed.
Okay, so all of their concerns were addressed? Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Oh. Swooped right in there. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, I'll jump in on that because I also went for the same ride along with snow, and the lanes were discussed at a great extent. In that it's very difficult to blade them with graders, keep things wet. There's garbage days, say, if they have to get in there with a grader, they're almost impossible to clear it. And one thing that was identified is that the elevation of the grade or of the lane compared to the driveways going up to garage pads, there should be more of a differential so that there's good drainage from the very small, easement that comprises of these driveways with rear-facing garages. So is that something that can be incorporated if we're doing more lanes, which is to lower the elevation of the roadway? It wouldn't require a substantial amount of work, excavating, say, a foot lower to establish that good drainage and then not have those ice jams built up in this type of development.
Through Mayor Macon to Councillor Noyan, I'm glad we've all had this same ride along. It's really been educational and informational. I think, yeah, there's some examples where the grading wasn't done in a way that allows for water to flow the way it needs to flow to keep our roads and sidewalks safe. Lessons have been learned, and so that would be something that would be looked at the engineering drawing stage, but I can tell you that based on those lessons learned, that is top of mind when staff do review the engineering drawings.
All right, I'll take that as assurance that it'll be done. Thanks.
Thank you very much. That's it for questions at this time. I'll ask you guys to grab a seat in the gallery. All right. Moving on to public presentations. So the first person that I have registered to speak today is Yolanda Kerr, Fort Saskatchewan resident. Come on up. Just in the middle seat's fine. You're going to bring that mic close to you. You're going to say your name, whether you're for or against the bylaw, and you will have 5 minutes. And sorry, you just want to click the button. It should be red. There we go. Go ahead.
Excuse me. My name is Yolande Kerr. I am a Dawson Avenue resident. As far as being for or against, I have like something prepared to talk about everything because switching from the DCA 06 to the SLDR is fine with me. There isn't a lot of difference from what I could tell aside from the zero lot line stuff, which has been discussed today already. So I'll just read what I brought. My property is adjacent to the area affected by this proposed redistricting. I'm not opposed to residential development and I'm not opposed to housing diversity. I understand that the current DCA 06 district already allows a range of housing forms, including single detached, semi-detached, duplex, and multi-attached housing. I also understand that SLDR allows a mix of housing types within a low-density residential setting with a maximum overall density of 35 dwellings per net residential hectare. My concern is not the change to the SLDR by itself. My concern is the proposed change to the SLDR regulations that would allow more than 4 consecutive multi-attached buildings. As I understand it, one of the meaningful differences between the DCA 06 and the SLDR is that the SLDR currently has clear built form controls for multi-attached housing. The current SLDR wording already allows multi-attached housing, but it also requires those groupings to be integrated with lower density dwelling forms to maintain low density residential character. It limits multi-attached housing to 4 units per building and no more than 4 multi-attached buildings in succession. That cap is a design control as far as I understand. It allows housing diversity while preventing one continuous overconcentration of attached housing. If that cap is removed, then SLDR begins to function much more like a DCA 06 in practical development terms because both districts would allow a similar mix of housing forms at a similar maximum density. Removing the cap weakens one of the controls that makes the SLDR meaningfully different and helps preserve its low density character. That's why I support keeping the cap. This area already has several 4-unit row house style developments along Allard Way, across from the school and behind that area. If more multi-attached housing is planned along Allard Way, that may be appropriate, but I do not support removing the cap, and I do not support allowing that built form to extend directly behind existing Dawson backyards, which it doesn't look like it's going to. The lands behind Dawson should provide a proper transition to existing homes through lower density housing forms, separation, rear lanes, access points, landscaping, or open space. I'm also asking council to consider access and emergency response if smaller lots or multi-attached housing are proposed south of Dawson. The plan needs adequate rear lanes, circulation, access points, hydrant coverage, emergency vehicle movement. This area already has limited access in certain places, and higher concentration without good access could create unnecessary pressure on fire response, evacuation, parking, and traffic flow. Parking is another reason the current SLDR cap should remain in place. The area already experiences parking pressure, especially near the school and the existing row house style developments. The 4 building succession cap helps limit the concentration of multi-attached housing in one continuous stretch, which also helps reduce spillover parking pressure on Dawson Avenue, Allard Way, and nearby residential streets. I don't support removing the cap and relying on later parking review to manage the impact. The cap itself is an important planning control. So my request is specific. I ask council to keep the current SLDR cap of no more than 4 multi-attached buildings in succession to keep multi-attached housing focused on Allard Way and not obviously directly behind Dawson backyards, and to require that any development behind Dawson provide an appropriate transition to existing homes with proper access, emergency response, circulation, parking, landscaping, and separation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions? So I guess I'll just ask clarification. So based on the plan that they showed us today, the multi-attached is kept on Allard Way. And with the 6-meter egress, and that multi-attached doesn't back onto Dawson other than the side yard.
Yeah.
Are you satisfied with how that layout is?
Yeah, I think that if it's kept to Allard, that seems like the flow of it is appropriate.
Okay.
After talking about the 0 lot lines today, I am a little bit concerned about, you know, the proximity of those to the row housing that is projected for later on, just because of you know, emergency access, the density of the neighborhood, and obviously we spoke about access and egress. So getting into and out of the neighborhood right now, there's a lot of traffic on Allard across and through in front of the school and down through Greenfield area. The traffic, sorry.
That's okay.
The traffic assessment that was done in 2015, I don't think reflects the amount of newcomers to the area or the new development that has been happening quite quickly over the last while, especially in behind across from the school. So I think that might need to be revisited.
And then the houses on Dawson that actually back into this subdivision here. Well, I guess that one row on Dawson is actually part of this section. It backs on to similar product. That's what you were hoping to see as well, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I didn't realize like what the 0 lot line,
Where it would be located?
what it would, yeah, or
Okay.
what it, well, yeah, really where it would be located, but how close together that actually is until today. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, there's no other questions? Okay, perfect. You're good. Yeah. All right, the next people registered to speak, they're coming up together. Keith Davies, Stantec Consulting Ltd, and Chris Nicholas, NAC South Point Estates Inc. I understand they're coming up together. They're going to introduce themselves and they're here to answer any questions. Just push that. Yep, there you go.
That's better. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll lead off here, and then we can get into questions after. My name's Keith Davies, and I'm from Stantec. I'm here with the developer Chris Nicholas, and he's representing South Point Estates Inc. We would like to note the following on our application to apply the SLDR district to the area and the neighborhood. Just a few points to go through. And I'll try and touch on a few things that other speakers have been speaking of. So the intent is to provide a mix of lower density housing in alignment with the approved area structure plan. We're not looking to do anything outside of what's already been approved. As part of the application, yes, we're identifying a few locations in the outline plan for a limited amount of 0 lot line housing. And so that's up to 20%. So it's no more than 20% of the area that we're rezoning. So it's a limited area. It's a similar area or similar amount to what we had previously included up in by 94th, stage 10 and 11, we called it. You can see there's 3 blocks of zero lot line up there. So similar idea. The remainder will be largely conventional single detached, some semi-detached, and a block of row housing, which again is already approved in the outline plan. So we're looking to continue that that approach. When we created the SLDR district, up in that area by 94th Street, there were no collector roads, so there was no need to have allowance for more than 4, or we wanted to limit the number of multi-attached to 4 buildings and 4 units because of that. In this situation, we're looking to apply SLDR to this specific area with an outline plan which already shows multi-attached, and so the intent is to allow that only in areas where an area structure plan and an outline plan would permit medium density. So if you look at the actual district that we're putting in, there's a clause that says these are permitted to be more than 4 in a row if shown in an outline plan. And I think as far as density, I don't have an exact number. We're at the rezoning phase, so we're not doing subdivision and lotting, but we have to be within or under 35 units per hectare per the ASP. So if we don't meet that, it won't get approved by administration. So that's kind of, I think those are the main things that we're thinking. But yeah, happy to take any questions, and thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you very much. I'll go to Councillor Ketcher.
So first question, marketability for the zero lot line product. How is it selling compared to any of the other products?
It's a product in demand not only here but in the region itself. It's been a long history here between you and I, but it's been prevalent in the whole region for almost 2 decades now, and it's a highly sought after product. It's going well.
Okay. And then I had asked the other question, and I know you've heard this before, like when is the next major road going to get built? So we don't see what goes on to the next piece, but so do you have any projections on how you're going to get us to that?
I don't, sorry, Councillor Catcher, only because we don't own it. So we'd have to rely on our brethren to the south. We can just get the road to there. And I think as Ms. Bellerfield, like they are advancing, but I don't know their plans. I apologize.
Okay, but I guess with that, once you get to the end of that one, is there going to be a crossroad there? Is there?
No, there's a path that goes across, so it's a collector that would go down to.
Okay. Okay, good information. Thank you.
Councillor Blizzard.
How many units are planned to be attached in that medium density strip across from the school?
In each building?
You're asking for an amendment, right? So
yeah.
4 was the original. What?
So only 4 in a building, but more than 4 buildings in a row, because we have to fill that block that's already approved as medium density with that type of product.
And why would you not just, how many would fit there?
How many buildings? Maybe 8 or something. About that, yeah.
Instead of doing zero lot line there, that might be a better fit for them than back behind.
Sorry, your mic's
Sorry.
on. Go ahead.
It's always been designated as multifamily.
Okay,
Always.
so there's no changes to that?
No.
Oh, it was just the number that are right side by side.
No, and it's consistent with what's there already. And
the current approved zoning allows for more than 4 in a row. It's just that we created SLDR, which we're looking to apply here. We created it for that other area, which didn't contemplate MDR. So because we have MDR here, we have to make a bit of a tweak to allow the zone to fit here with what's approved in the outline plan.
I'm still not getting it. So we're changing the strip that's on Allard Way
No.
because
No, we're going to keep it the way it is. It's just the zone we're taking from another area and applying it here as well, kind of like a conventional zone.
so
But
we have to change
s-
the wording
yeah,
on the zoning
just to make it fit.
itself.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I may, Council Blizzard, just to clarify this, because we've been running around, just to the resident on Dawson's concern, to have we can't do townhouses anywhere except where it's been designated here.
Okay.
So so the assurances of it can't be anywhere. We've just taken it right out of the zone.
Okay. And do you have any 11-foot townhouses planned?
No, it's 11 foot.
Wide.
Oh, 11 foot wide. No, it's 14.
14 is the minimum.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I have for now.
Councillor Randawa.
Yeah, thank you both for coming out today. Appreciate the presentation. I'll piggyback off Councillor Blizzard's questions. So just to clarify my understanding based on what you said, for the MDR, it was supposed to be only about 4 buildings in a row.
No.
And you're asking for more because it's a longer strip? Or
No.
So we created the zone in a different area where there was no MDR.
Yeah.
And it was all local road. Sorry, it was all local roads, and so because of that context, being on a local road, we wanted to make sure that we limited it to be sensitive to the local road context. But here we have a collector with MDR, and so we're saying it was approved in the current DC to do more than 4 in a row, and so we're saying we're going to keep it the same as what's approved now. It's just a different zone, which allows for slightly different regulations on single detached.
Okay. The second part, I guess the other change is then the 0 lot lines. Can you kind of add some color into why you want to add that product there?
Beyond my answer previously, it's highly sought after. And why is exactly there? You can see to Councillor Wesley's point, like why did we? You need a lane for it, so that's why it's there. You have to put it onto a lane, and so it's a really desirable lane product, and that's there is some science behind it. Believe me, beyond market, we don't just throw colors at this page, but it's there because. We find it to be a very good product backing onto townhouses. It's a good transition product. It's a very good use of that lane, and it's a very, very highly desirable single family house that's a lot more affordable than a front attached garage.
Okay. My last question just around parking, I would say. Can you just kind of tell me what is going to be the parking setup for this area? How many stalls does each house get, especially the MDR?
Every unit will have its own parking. And then by providing that lane product, it means that you'll have street parking as well in front of those units with laned. They won't have a driveway in the front.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Nguyen.
We've got grinding you guys too hard, you're going to convert it back to egg and then making hay out there. I mean, you have to do something with it is my point. So there's a demand for this type of product, so be it. And I believe you that there is. I'm having a difficulty understanding why we can't calculate the actual density from the proposed maps for SLDR and DCA that you've given us. Because you have, each single area has different product types, whether that be single attached, reduced setbacks, semi-attached, multi-attached housing. And already there's a topographical area that it covers. So it seems like each one of these housing products have a certain lot width, whether that be 0 lot line. I mean, that's conforms to a certain measurement, right? So why can't you figure out very easily, or wouldn't this be part of your math already and preliminary design for?
Yeah, in a rough sense, but each block could have a range of house sizes. So you could have a 22 foot, a 24 foot, a 30 foot, you could have a range of product. So you don't know exactly how many you're going to get in that block until we set a firm number and lot it out in a firm way like that. This is kind of a concept, and then the next stage will be subdivision, where you get the actual lot count. But again, it has to be under 35 units a hectare, right, to conform with the plan approved, or administration won't approve it.
with specifics, and because you've been picking at this one, it's about 150 lots total that's in that area,
Okay.
and that plus or minus, that's about 6.5, 7 hectares. So you're about what, call it 20, 25 units per hectare,
Okay,
kind of thing.
that's great. No,
Thank you.
Yeah, direct answer. yeah, just so yeah.
To answer your question, it's not that hard. We just generally don't
Don't have
do
the
it at
exact-
this
yeah,
stage.
and,
So.
you know, I'm probably referring to one of different developers' presentations where they actually had their projected map that they were able to show us along with one of the redistricting presentations, and it really gave us a visual to see, well, this is exactly what you're considering at the very least building, although there could be amendments to it. So, but that helps. So thank you for that answer.
Going to Councillor Harris, still on round one.
So you talk about zero lot lines being an affordable property to market. What is your price point differential typically between a zero lot line and a conventional smaller lot residential property?
Let me do some quick mental math here. So we're so you're about $130,000 per lot for a zero lot line compared to $155,000 per lot on a fairly on the smallest front attached that you can get.
Okay.
I'm a dirt salesman, not a builder, but as you can imagine, because the square footage is larger on the other on the front attached, it's the product. So just on the dirt alone, you're probably $20,000 to $30,000 difference.
So with the zero lot line product, you're going to have a slightly smaller footprint for the overall house, and then you're going to have typically a small two car garage
In the back, yeah.
in the back.
Yeah, and again, the affordability comes. You don't have to build that right away intuitively, right? You have a parking pass, and then you can build it when you can afford it, but you're just building your house. So,
Yeah, I think that was an argument that was made when we first were confronted with zero lot line product further to the east and south in another developer's subdivision. I wouldn't call the price point that those lots were selling for in that market to be affordable housing. You know, they were selling very, very, very significantly higher than others. It was marketed as affordable housing. So I guess that's kind of the interesting thing. I guess it's relative to where the market is at the present time, but I didn't think at that point in time, zero lot line were marketed in a manner that made me happy as a decision maker. But they seem to sell, and I understand that those properties turn over as they become available from time to time. So it must be meeting the market in some way. Is that kind of what you're still seeing in this context?
it is, yeah. So and there's a lot of stigma and confusion, I guess, about affordable housing, because then you get into social housing. So, like, if we're referring to it as attainable housing, perhaps
Okay.
it is, low market demand, people can afford it. So
Okay.
which is very different than affordable housing in a social housing sense.
In that particular development, we did see some challenges with homeowners doing things like putting air conditioners in that easement area, and closing it in with fences that were solid fences, and they could, with no gates and that sort of stuff. What sort of conversations do you have with your builders group in relation to ensuring that homeowners that are buying those lots from you or from the builder that's buying them from you, that these are the guidelines and the regulations to ensure that we don't run afoul of those issues going forward? That creates problems both from a safety issue, an access issue, and I guess from a inter-neighbor issue. So what sort of conversations and information do you guys divulge?
I think we still do it, and I'll stand to be corrected, but it was actually precipitated by Fort Saskatchewan as we went through this process. If you'll remember that we were asked to, not mandated by council at the time, but asked at the time to include them as part of our architectural guidelines. Those architectural guidelines, again, then we go and inspect, and there's a set of standards. So I think they set all reasonable expectations. I think it's one of these things that I think that the municipalities get better at. Our builders have been doing this for a long time. They set the reasonable expectations and what needs to happen. So they are included in our architectural guidelines. So I think we're doing everything we can for the buyers.
And you say as a developer that you're adhering to that and ensuring that the builders group is adhering to it as well.
Yeah, I can just police our builders and rely on them to police their customers, of course. But yes, we include it in all our sales documents.
Good, thanks.
All right, still on round one, Councillor Wesley.
Yeah, I just have maybe a follow-up on Councillor Mandawa's question on parking. If you maybe provide me some, guidance as to about how many parking stalls per unit, whether it's zero lot line or whether it's in the multi.
I'd have to double check here, but I think the multi-unit has a requirement to provide one minimum, and then there would be two at least for all the other ones, I would say, for the single family.
Okay, so we're talking about one parking spot potentially for one development for a unit.
Yeah, if it's a small multi-family unit.
Okay, now what assurance can you then provide, given that, typical household in Fort Saskatchewan has 2.5 residents and probably at least 2 cars, that this isn't going to cause a spillover problem with parking in the surrounding neighborhood?
Yeah, we've seen SLDR applied already in another area, and so there's been homes built there, and we're not hearing of any major issues. I know this was reviewed by administration, and everything came back saying no concerns with what you're proposing. So there will be, again, like I mentioned, because of the lane product, because we're integrating lane product within the area, that frees up a whole street or a whole frontage of area to park, rather than little spaces between driveways where you would be limited. So by providing the lane product, you're actually providing a lot more on-street parking.
Okay, so when you factor that in, how much parking per unit then?
I don't have an exact count.
Give me a rough one.
I mean, you could fit at least another car in front of each unit, right?
Okay, so go from one spot to 2 spots per unit.
At least, yeah. And then you have flankages where you don't have a house fronting it, so you could add maybe 4 more cars on each flankage. And there's a few in here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, when we start to think of street parking and so on, given that there's a school there, do we factor that into our analysis as to how much parking is really available for those residents?
I think it's a better question of your administration, only because every single municipality looks at it differently.
Okay. All right. Awesome.
But yes, like it's the width of the road, the fact that there's the turnoff and everything else. It is analyzed. I just don't want to speak on their behalf and what they use for numbers, Councillor Wesley.
Okay. Awesome. Thanks.
All right, round 2, Councillor Blizzard.
It's been so long I've been waiting, I forgot everything. No, some of it was already, I was going to ask about the price point. I guess the main difference, and maybe you can just confirm, between a regular single family residential and the zero lot line is that 4 feet that you're saving.
Yeah, it's 3 feet, yes. 5 foot side yard versus 4 feet on either side, so 8 feet versus a 5 foot, yes.
Right, because you're only going to have 4 feet between each house. 5 foot. So 3 feet. So that's the big savings, because house size, they probably could be identical size in housing, right?
You're absolutely
You're
right.
just removing that side yard, so it's just the cost of that. That's a different thing. Okay, I'll just leave it at that. I think I'm okay with you guys. Thanks.
And thank you. And just one of the members of council had to step out. So unfortunately, we do have to take a quick recess. Okay. So just 5 minutes.
No problem.
Okay. Sorry. I'm going to take a 5-minute recess. Okay. Just public hearing. I want to make sure everybody's here. So it's 3:13. Okay. All right, thank you for that quick break. We'll call the public hearing back to order. And Councillor Noyan, I think you were next on my list. Do you still have a question?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I actually talked to some residents who have purchased zero lot lines in the last few years, and one issue that was identified to me a couple times actually is that if they have a neighbor who decides we don't want to put up a fence, there's really nothing they can do about it because that property line, only one is really theirs, so to speak, to be able to put a fence up to. Would you consider including fence requirements as part of the landscape requirement for deposit return so that you get continuity of neighbors that are obligated to place a fence, just for ease of ownership and privacy? Is that something you would considered doing before?
No, it's really tough for us to police. You don't have to build a fence right away, so we're not going to be coming back 5 years if that's when the neighbors decided. And I'd argue it's no different than a regular lot, right? It's supposed to be put on the property line just because it's a property line's always shared. So if you get into those, it's unfortunate. We see it way too often when neighbors can't get along. If one wants a fence, one not, put it 6 inches inside your property, and you get a fence.
Okay, but what prevents you from including fence in landscape completion requirements?
Because some people can't afford to put a fence up right away, and it's really, I don't think that's in our jurisdiction to mandate that you have a fence. That's up to the neighbors. And it's a dispute that I don't want to get involved in.
Yeah, you can make the same argument then that the affordability of completing your landscaping is of the same
front yard only
capacity.
Front yard only. That's so we don't go into people's backyards.
There's the backyard. That's okay. So you're really going into no man's land trying to do something like that. All right. Okay. Thanks.
All right, I'm not seeing any more questions for you guys. Thank you very much for coming up today. Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak to this public hearing? Not seeing anybody rushing up, I'll invite administration to come back for final questions. And I will just remind council, it is questions. We are in a public hearing. We're not in debate.
Yes. With that, yeah, it is being recommended that the outline plan be approved and our amendment be approved, and that second and third reading be given. So, if any other further questions, I'd be happy to answer.
All right, so just to finish up the public hearing, is there any more questions on this? Oh, sorry, hit the wrong button. Councillor Blizzard?
Yeah, a couple. One, and I didn't go back, I'm sure it's in the information, but are basement suites allowed in any of this area?
Let's double check here. Through the mayor to Councillor Blizzard. So it is a permitted use in the SLDR district and would be allowed in this area.
In all of the different types of housing, or in certain ones only, in the single family or?
Sorry, let me check.
Through Mayor Macon to Councillor Blizzard, yes, it is a permitted use to have a secondary suite within the district.
And does that mean there's also an extra parking spot then if there's a secondary suite?
If there is a secondary suite, then that's part of the evaluation of whether or not it can be allowed.
Okay, because you need that
There
at
is a
least one
requirement.
extra
Correct.
parking?
Correct.
Used to be you needed even more than that, but okay. And the other question I have is, and maybe you can explain it, maybe I'm just misunderstanding, but you heard us quizzing why the residential along Allard Way is being redistricted when it sounds like it was already allowed before. So why would that not have just been blocked off and part of the original, leave it at DCA-6 that it was?
Yes. So if I can jump back here. So sorry, just for context for this comparison chart here, you can kind of see some of the differences between the DCA and the SLDR. So the main one being is that we have regulations here to accommodate those zero lot lines. So as the applicant kind of mentioned before, technically the MDR area has been approved for the townhouses, multi-attached housing, and under the DCA 06 district, there was no restriction on the number of consecutive buildings for the townhousing. However, there were no regulations specific to the zero lot line housing, and so the rezoning is largely to accommodate for that.
So it's not really changing anything on that multi-residential area. Because we had a complaint, I assumed that there was a change in that I missed.
No, that is correct.
So it's okay. It's staying the way it is. So, okay, thank you.
Councillor Wesley?
Yeah, I just have a question, maybe a follow-up to Councillor Nguyen's question. As we are starting to push people tighter and tighter together and we have zero lot lines, do we have a dispute mechanism for resolving such disputes? I mean, I noticed in the package we talk about easements and all that kind of thing, but is there any kind of mechanism to resolve those disputes?
So through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, so there's a number of opportunities throughout the processes to kind of voice concern or have disputes resolved. So as an example, the public hearing that has been held is an opportunity for any concerns to be raised and voiced to council at the approving decision of this. And then further, once you move on to the subdivision and development, there are appeal processes as mandated under the Municipal Government Act for addressing that and so forth.
I think just further to what Scott's shared, when we're talking about fences, unfortunately there are few mechanisms. So we can look at whether a fence is crossing property boundaries, but fence disputes are probably a number one neighbor to neighbor issue. They are a private matter between landowners, and so while the municipality we regulate the height and say that the location must be on the property line or within your own property, as was mentioned previously, there's not a lot we can do when people don't get along.
Okay, fair enough. And I'm just curious, and I think Councillor Blizzard might have alluded to this a little earlier. There's a 0.07 hectare parks and recreation. Like that seems like small. Like what's the point of that?
So, sorry, just for context, you're referring to this one here?
Yeah, it's a little tiny little strip of something.
Yeah, absolutely. So that is, sorry, through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, that is intended as a connection for the trails to the back. As administration and as the city, we do like to kind of have these long stretches that bring access into these trails and networks and pedestrian corridors broken up as best as we can, providing those areas for people to get into there. As I kind of mentioned, there has been actually some existing traffic here in this. It's currently undeveloped from this portion south, and so people within the area are already using that area, and we have received concerns about it being undeveloped. So with this, eventually the subdivision and development, that a little strip will be developed and provide a little bit safer and better access for residents.
Okay, awesome. Thanks a lot, Scott.
Councillor Andawa?
I'm okay. My questions were answered.
Okay, thank you. All right. With that, there are no more questions. I'll close the public hearing at 3:23, and we'll move into business arising from the public hearing. You kind of already said it. I was going to say bring it back up on the screen, but our screen does not work anyway. All right. So the recommended motion is there. Would anyone like to make the motion? Go ahead, Councillor Harris.
I would move that council approve amendments to the South Point Outline Plan attached as Appendix A to the May 26, 2026 request for decision report, which updates the concept plan to identify the location of zero lot line development.
Thank you very much. Do you wish to speak to it?
Well, I think we've already, in that regard, given zero lot lines relative tacit approval. It is a product type that ultimately has found some favor with the market. So I think we have to move in that regard. I think it's incumbent on us to look at things that make sense in the context of our development proposals and concepts in our planning documents. So in that regard, I'll support this going forward.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ketcher.
Okay, and I'm going to support the motion. We shouldn't be afraid of zero lot lines. The option or the alternative for people, rather than having their own yard and having us, and I realize it's not much on either side, but if they can't get into something where it's their own individual home, even though it's zero lot line, then they're really pushed into duplexes, townhouses, apartments. So I think that this does provide some affordable options, and that's the reason I'm going to support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll support the motion as well. Just looking at the area, I'm not huge fan of how much zero lot line there is, but I do appreciate the developer giving the relative percentage of what that looks like overall, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with the multi townhouses right on Allard Way. The transition points between the new neighborhoods look sufficient to me, and I'll support the motion. Councillor Blizzard.
I'm not going to support this motion. One of the things that we were told was if you don't like it, voice your opinion. I don't like this much. I could see some limited if it was one of the three parcels. I said the same thing when they came across with the 11-foot townhouses. It's not my favorite type of development. I see there's limited access. There's a whole bunch of issues. I had looked into it before when it's come up in the past. Rules were not followed. Builders were telling the people that were interested in buying they wanted a sale. So they were telling them all kinds of things that wasn't what the rules were. So I am more in support of very limited zero lot line. I'm not a fan, period, but if we're going to have them, way less than what's there now. So I will not be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Okay, some more people jumped in. Councillor Rendawa, go ahead.
Oh, fantastic. I think I jumped in right as everyone was
Three
jumping
at one
in.
time.
That was great minds must think alike. When I read this initially, I was quite supportive of it. In my first term on council, I think that was back 10 years ago or so, zero lot lines. I wasn't really a fan of it. I've seen them kind of implemented in some areas across our city. I think they work quite well in certain densities and certain locations. I've talked to some of the residents. I have a friend that owns a zero lot line house. They quite enjoy it. For them, it's fantastic and it works really well. My concerns, I would say, kind of echo what Councillor Blizzard said. As we've kind of gone through the public hearing, I've heard my colleagues speak. For me, it's just having these products back onto each other in certain cases. I think it just really condenses the amount of this product that we're putting in one spot. When I look at this map that we were provided as part of our presentation towards the northeast, there's zero lot line there as well, but it doesn't really back onto other zero lot line or other higher density product. And I see it's a lot more well spread out. And I think that's probably the better way to do it. So with that, that's really my concern. A lot of the things I think Mayor Macon mentioned, like we have MDR there, it's kind of been along Allard for as long as I can remember, and it kind of fits the area. But for me, it's just having zero lot line back onto more higher density product. I think it really condenses a lot of our issues going forward. I'm a fan of zero lot line. I think if we can put it in a well organized manner, there's a lot of merit to it, and I'll be supportive of it in the future. But in this case, I'll be a no.
Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with some of the more recent comments made. I am not opposed to zero lot line, and having driven and visited this neighborhood and done some building of my own in this neighborhood, the congestion that exists along Davie Street, Durand Bend, I believe Daniel Street, is quite apparent to me, and having a quite high density array of products adjacent to already high density, where I can see some congestion in parking and difficulties for the residents that live there. It's very difficult to support this. I would like to see this type of district be placed maybe with a gap in between another one that has very similar characteristics so close by. I also have concerns about further multi-family along Allard Way, in that we have heard from multiple residents that parking, snow clearing is an issue. And I wouldn't like to be the one that supports further multifamily along the same stretch of roadway where we already have quite a few multifamily directly to the north of it. So for those reasons and a few others, I'm not going to support the motion as it stands, but not completely against these types of products being built, perhaps with a separation between very similar neighborhoods nearby.
Councillor Wesley?
Yeah, I have to admit I was very swayed by Councillor Blizzard's argument, and I share many of the same concerns. I thought Councillor Blizzard kind of expressed them quite clearly, and I could see her logic, and the logic made sense to me. I am concerned about the parking, worried about the density, as Councillor Randall had mentioned. So I will vote no on this one.
All right, around two, I'm going to try to be equally persuasive, Councillor Wesley. Okay, just to comment on the things that have been said here today, and I totally get those concerns. I was also concerned about the amount of zero lot line, but if you look at the section as a whole, from this section all the way back up to the highway commercial, there is this section of zero lot line, and there's another section that has zero lot line. It's not incorporated in every different section, so the amount of zero lot line as a whole in this community is actually quite low. The other thing I would say is, in talking about how this neighborhood is set up, I think if you actually look at it really close, I don't know how you do it better. So the bottom rectangle, the L, you have low density housing facing low density housing for almost all of that section. There's a small section of zero line that faces low density housing, that left hand corner piece. If you look at the other zero lot line, it backs onto Lane, and it's also across from the flank of the yard. It's not likely across from houses. In the middle there, you have low density across from low density. On the right-hand side zero lot line, you have zero lot line facing the side flank of those yards as well, backing onto alley. And then the MDR has quite a bit of parking when you consider the alley, to their parking pads, the front of their house, and then across the street at the school. So while I do understand the concern about zero lot line, I think when you really look closely about how they placed it, it was really intentionally and well done to incorporate it into this neighborhood. And I don't know how you do it differently, because I would say the only piece that might be a little concerning is that bottom left zero lot line that's across from the low density, because there's no real additional parking there other than the back. So for that reason, like, I just don't see how you would change that zero lot line but reducing it. And the density has been stated at I think they stated at around 25. The most they could do is 35. It actually doesn't change from what they applied for the first time. It was up to 35, whether this plan changed or not. So they haven't changed the density, although the wording of it makes it look like they did. So I don't know. I hope I was a little bit persuasive there. Councillor Ketcher.
And I hope I can provide some influence as well, because we're all supposed to be open to influence. And I know as we look at these, we say, okay, zero lot lines, we don't like them. But the alternative is then they're going to come back with a bunch of duplex products. So that means anybody who wants to move into there is going to now have an attached dwelling, but it's not going to change the density. The reason that I support the zero lot lines is because it gives people an opportunity to have a home without having to have a wall abutting their neighbor. And I think so many people value that, and I know when you're, in a duplex or a townhouse, you may get some carryover with noise. The parking doesn't change. Nothing changes from what I've heard. That, if it's a duplex or if it's a zero lot line, the parking doesn't change. All of the problems that I heard still don't change, because if this plan has to come back, it's going to come back with duplexes then. You know that. So, do you give people an opportunity to have a home unto themselves, or do they have to share a wall with somebody else? And to me, even though I may not like the zero lot line, I know when I talk to people, they say that they would rather have a home where they don't have a wall beside them. They don't have to worry about the next door neighbors putting on different shingles or doing something different. This gives them their home all to themselves. So, if you choose to live there, then you choose to live there. So hopefully I can provide some influence on that it just gives people that opportunity, and they don't have to get into some of those neighborhood disputes with shingles in the future or somebody doing something on their lawn. So I'll leave it with that and cross my fingers somebody will change their mind. Thank you.
Councillor Harris, anything on close? Go ahead.
Well, I think we've had some interesting discussion tonight or this afternoon. It's one of those things. Times have changed. Product for development has changed, and density has definitely had to get tighter. And I think we're at a point now where the developers come forward with what I honestly believe is a pretty good compromise in terms of moving forward to see development in a reasonable context. I've moved this because I've changed my opinion on zero lot lines in that regard, and I don't share Councillor Blizzard's point of view. I understand where she's coming from, but I don't necessarily support it in that context. I haven't heard anything negative about the stuff other than those first ones that was in the development to the southwest of this area. Sienna has zero lot lines, and they seem to be moving quite well. I don't honestly believe there's a parking issue. I think that ultimately people are using the lanes in an appropriate manner. Will we always have challenges with maintenance on roads and back alleys? Yeah, sure. But ultimately, it is the horns of the dilemma that we're on today. I think we really should approve this moving forward, and that's why I've moved forward. So I would ask those that have expressed opposition to consider possibly changing their minds. And Mayor Macon and Councillor Ketcher, I think good comments, and it underscores why I think we need to move forward on this.
All right, thank you very much. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. Did that come up for anybody else? No? Okay, I haven't got to vote yet.
Mayor Macon, we're just waiting for your vote.
Okay. Well, technology, I guess. Hopefully the vote outcome will come up on my screen. It did not. Okay, that is carried 4-3. All right, Councillor Harris, would you like to move ahead with motion 2?
I would move that council give second reading to bylaw C-1826 to amend land use bylaw C-2320 to, as noted in the report, as A, B, and C.
Thank you very much. I'll accept the motion. Do you wish to speak to it?
I think we're moving ahead. It's development in today's economy, in today's market, and changes have happened from when I first bought my first lot. I can say that I lived in Sherwood Park when I first worked with Strathcona County, and there were zero lot lines, for example, in Village on the Lake. when I lived in Village and Lake in 1982. And so it's a product that's been around for a long time. It's evolved and whatnot, and so have the context of development as proposed in this particular second reading resolution. So I put it forward in that context.
Thank you. Is there any debate? Not seeing any. Do you wish to close?
Nothing more.
Thank you. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. And I logged out and logged in, so hopefully that fixed it. And that is carried 4-3. Do you wish to finish off with the third motion?
Might as well. I move that council give third reading.
Oh, sorry. Push your mic, please. Go ahead.
I would move that council give third reading to bylaw C 1826 to amend land use bylaw C 2320 as noted in clauses A, B, and C.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak to it?
I think all's been said.
Okay. Any debate? Not seeing any. Do you wish to close?
Nothing more.
Thank you. I'll close the motion. And that is carried. All right. I know we took a very brief, quick break. Does anyone want a break, a proper break before the second public hearing, or are we good? Councillor Harris, are you good?
I promise not to jump up and run around.
Are you okay? Okay, I'm not getting anyone wanting a break. Sorry? Yeah. Okay, we're just gonna take 10 minutes. Is that good? Okay, 10 minutes? Perfect. 3:51. All right, we will get this meeting continue rolling here. Bring it back to order 3:50. We are moving into public hearing number 2, bylaw 9.1, bylaw C1926. Amend the land use bylaw to redist land in South Point, second and third reading. Taryn Samra. Just so you know, same process for this public hearing, and I'll open the public hearing at 3:50. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. My name is Taryn Samra, planner. I'm a planner with the Planning and Development Department. I'm here to present a brief summary of bylaw C19-26 to amend the land use bylaw to redistrict lands in South Point and a textual amendment to the RMM district. So I'll start with an outline of the presentation. I'll begin with a brief overview of the location. Next, the application, the proposed redistricting, and the text amendment to the RMM district. Then we'll go over conformance with planning documents and administrative support. And last, we'll talk about the public hearing communication process. So the subject area, outlined and hatched in black, is in the South Point neighborhood, west of 94th Street, northeast of a stormwater pond, and south of an existing residential development. The amendment area is accessed by 94th Street and Arterial Road. The subject site is in the vicinity of a multi-use trail within 94th Street and in the peripheral of a stormwater pond, which provides connections to the extensive trail network, South Point Commercial, and the hospital nearby of the subject area. In April of 2025, Stantec Consulting, on behalf of South Point Estates, approached administration regarding their next development stage in South Point. They are proposing to redistrict approximately 2.5 hectares of land, shown in pink, from RML, Low Density Multiple Residential District, to RMM, Medium Density Multiple Residential District, to enable the development of townhouses and a standalone childcare facility. The purpose of an RMM district is to allow a mix of residential with complementary commercial uses on one site. Residents can own or rent units. Shared areas and infrastructure are privately managed, and any development must still meet the regulations of the land use bylaw, such as parking, building setbacks, and building height. The existing RML district, as currently zoned, only permits residential forms and does not allow commercial uses. Rezoning to RMM district would allow those same residential forms, but with the addition of complementary commercial uses on site. In addition to the redistricting, the applicant proposed an amendment to the RMM district, which is to add childcare facility as a permitted use to the district. A childcare facility is a provincially licensed facility that provides care, supervision, or education to 7 or more children. Furthermore, the applicant is proposing to add a fundamental use provision so that a childcare facility will only be allowed on the proposed rezoning site, as shown in Appendix I. A fundamental use provision sets conditions that must be met in order to qualify to develop a use within a district. So to summarize, a childcare facility would only be considered a permitted use if a proposed development is sited within the designated developable area, land, as shown in Appendix I, and if the development is outside that designated area, a use cannot exist, and the development may not occur. The following map illustrates Appendix I, with an aerial image added for emphasis. The black hashed area identifies the developable area where a childcare facility would be permitted. Other amendments to the RMM district include allowing a childcare facility as a standalone building. Currently, the RMM district permits a range of commercial uses, but only within an apartment building. To accommodate a standalone childcare building, additional regulations have been introduced to ensure compatibility with adjacent development. These include requirements related to building placement, waste collection screening, and the location of outdoor play areas to ensure they are appropriately sited. Next, we'll talk about the conformance to city's planning documents. Does the purpose of the amendments align with the policies of the Municipal Development Plan, the South Fort Area Structure Plan, and the South Point Outline Plan? Redistricting to RMM would allow for a development of higher density along a major corridor. It will create a site that supports a mix of housing types with desired complementary commercial development, which help meet the broad housing needs of the community, lifestyle preferences, and because of these reasons, administration supports the redistricting and textual amendment. Following first reading, public hearing was advertised in the Fort Record for 2 consecutive weeks. 22 notices were delivered to property owners within 100 meters of the amendment area. Notice of the proposed bylaw was posted on the city's website and social media accounts. And then since the publishing of the package, a total of 3 responses were received, which were in opposition of the amendment. The recommended motion is that council give second and third reading to bylaw C-19-26 as described in the council report. And at this time, I'd like to answer any questions that council may have for administration.
Thank you very much. Just looking to see if there are any questions. One question for me would be, so you're asking for a single use for a business in this space. Is there any other places in our municipality that allow for only one single use?
To the mayor, just want to confirm your question. Could you explain a little more? Like, what do you mean by just single, like adding a single use to a district?
So you are recommending that we allow to add like childcare, and that's the only thing that would be allowed for this building. If there was a change of use, they'd have to come back because there's no other types of businesses listed. Do we have any other areas that have one specific business only?
Okay, thanks for the clarification, Mayor. Yes, for this application, the one commercial use that would be permitted would be childcare facility, or you could do apartment or townhouses because they are allowed to be in their own standalone buildings. So if there's any other district out there, no. Usually, if there are other districts within the city, would have multiple commercial uses that would be permitted in a standalone building.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. And since I asked that question, everybody has chimed in. So we'll get started here. Councillor Ketcher.
Okay, so just to clarify that, so you've on the map, you've got commercial 0.89 hectares. So only that piece. So you just said something about it could be an apartment, it could be a townhouse. It's this one in your maps. That one. Keep going.
I think that's the only. This is the closest one I would have.
It's under your maps. Anyway, it shows 0.8. Whoops, now I've lost it. But 0.89 hectares, and so you just said it could be apartment, townhouse, or a daycare facility. Like, sorry, I've really had a hard time with this one. I just need you to walk me through it. Really.
No worries. So through the mayor to Councillor Ketcher. So if the developer or a builder decides to build a standalone building or a building in general, if you wanted to do commercial, you could only do childcare facility in it if you don't have any other use in it. If you did an apartment, then I could add the other uses within RMM, which allows me to do general retail, which allows personal service. So you could do other commercial uses, but they would have to include an apartment building with it, or townhouse, which would be the third option. So yes, originally there are 3 options to start with, but if you do apartment, you can do a little more commercial uses with it.
But if we approve this as the commercial site, then it can only be the daycare, can't be anything else.
Through the mayor to Councillor Ketcher, it could be apartment, it could be townhouse. That usually would come at the development permit stage of what exactly it is. What council is deciding here is we are rezoning this parcel to RMM. We are going to allow a childcare facility to be on its own in a separate building, or you could build an apartment or a townhouse.
Okay, so I guess that stretches that. So then if all of a sudden it comes in at that stage, and they decide to do an apartment building and they want to put commercial on the main, you could have a liquor store, a cannabis store. Like, I'm just trying to figure out.
Through the mayor to Councillor Ketcher, the RMM district does list what's permitted, what's discretionary. So I will disagree with liquor store being one. General retail, which is allowed in the table, would be allowed on the main floor. You can do personal service, which would be allowed on the main floor. And I believe professional finance office is the third commercial option that could be on the main floor. So you couldn't see things like liquor store being one, cannabis being another one, because they're not listed within the RMM district themselves.
Okay, that clears it up for me. Thank you.
Counselor Wesley?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a better sense for planning, I guess. Maybe you could help me out a little bit as to why we're using a fundamental use provision here and not just making it a direct control district or something like that.
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley. So the purpose of a fundamental use provision is it's basically a requisite. To do something, you must do something before, right? The reason why there are multiple parcels within the city that also can be considered that are designated as RML, right? However, when the application review is going through, we just looked at this parcel because that was the purpose of the application itself. Could you have done it other places? Yes, absolutely. You could have not added an FUP or a fundamental use provision, but however, that was the purpose of this application. The purpose of the exercise was this site alone. That's why we added that fundamental use provision for childcare facility.
Okay, so just maybe hypothetically, if it were a direct control district, would the city have maybe more tools that it could use to regulate the particular use?
Through the mayor, Councillor Wesley, direct controls are a different beast entirely versus a special district versus even a conventional district. Mm-hmm. However, I wouldn't recommend direct control at this time because there is a reason for direct controls. It's usually when if you have a parcel has a hardship, council wants to be involved with siting of a building, or the parcel might be next to environmentally sensitive lands, right? That's where you want to bring in a direct control so council can have a say on what those setbacks looks like. Could you use a special district could be considered? Maybe. However, that's not something administration recommends as well. Just for the purpose of the method to do it this way is it was one use that's being added, which is childcare facility. Another method could be, why don't we just zone this area where the childcare facility may go into a commercial like C1. However, that again is not recommended just because when you add other uses from other districts like C1 to an RMM, they may not all belong within this RMM or adjacent to RMM. And the example I'll give is liquor store, which is allowed in C1, but is it fair to have it this close or in vicinity of townhouses or maybe even apartment buildings? So that's why it's not recommended to go through any of those alternative methods other than adding the use specifically within the district and adding a fundamental use provision that it stays within this parcel only.
Okay, I'll have to think that through, and I'll probably circle back. But thank you very much.
Counselor Harris.
Respecting that this is a planning decision at this point in time, I think it was important that the developer and their technical people provide us a conceptual site plan that showed the layout and kind of the staging and the access and egress points into this development. For me, that was important because it gives us a sense of what could be, as opposed to, it could be this. So that was important to see where things were. When I look at that, the access into this proposed development, townhouses by and large, high density. Do you consider that to be high density? I do.
Through Mayor Councillor Harris, I consider that to be medium density because earlier today it was talked about numbers, and we talked about density, and the development of this site through our area structure plan, through our outline plan is the development is going to be within that range of 35 to 70. So that's why I've considered it as a medium density site.
Yeah, and being involved when we first developed this whole area back many years ago before this council, that was ultimately what we were looking at down the road in terms of this type of density, especially along a major, do we consider 94th Street to be arterial?
Through the mayor to Councillor Harris, that's correct, arterial road.
Exactly. So in this context, they're showing two egress and entry and exit points Has our administration, our transportation department had a look at that in relation to the density of what we're talking here against access in and out of 94th Street? Because some of those two entry points look pretty tight, and depending on how that's going to be engineered down the road, obviously, I'm just trying to get a comfort sense in terms of how this is going to meld with the developer, with the adjacent infrastructure, roadways in particular.
Through the mayor to Councillor Harris, you are correct that this would be reviewed at a development permit stage when it comes to the layout, the site layout, and everything. But from a comfortability level, there has been discussions of how would there be two exits or one. And in this case, when speaking with our engineering group, the discussion was two access points would be valid, just ensuring that they are rightly spaced.
Okay, great. And my last question is, so obviously this road will, as an arterial, be twinned at some point in time. We're probably getting close to that. And this type of an approval from a planning standpoint and ultimately from a development control standpoint, would that generate the likelihood that it will have to go to a 4-lane access point at some point in the future? Would that be correct assumption?
Through the mayor, Councillor Harris, yes. Eventually, in the 10-year capital plan, it is identified for twinning. As for how that will be done, the municipality will be the one carrying, or will look into carrying how that work is complete, if it's through contractors or whatever that might be. And then as for funding as well, it's through levies.
So the offsite levies paid by the developer will ultimately go into an offsite levy fund, and ultimately when that timing takes place, then we will move to make that additional twinning. We have the 2 lanes, so we have access into that and any other property along 94th Street. So that will be a decision that will be made at some point, not in the not too distant future, correct?
Through the mayor, Councillor Harris, that's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Blizzard.
I guess the only reason I'm struggling with this one is, so this is like about 5 acres. 2.3 something 9 hectares, it said. So were we zoning the entire thing because someone wants a daycare, or was it going to be rezoned to higher density and now we're just adding that building so that it can be a freestanding daycare?
Through the mayor, Councillor Harris, the second part of what you said would be correct. You are zoning it to a different density, which would be the development of medium density development, which discussed earlier was a 35 to 70 dwelling units per hectare, and then to have a complementary commercial development such as that's requested, which was childcare. That's where the RMM textual amendment comes in as well.
So the number one thing was they wanted it rezoned for denser, no matter what, even if the childcare wasn't there.
Through the mayor to Councillor Blizzard, that may be a question of what their preference was. I would say they're both probably as equal.
Okay, yeah. So, and I know the question's been asked in a similar form, but say this gets built exactly as is. You're allowing the childcare facility, but now something happens because businesses do go under. Does the next owner have to have childcare, or now that it's a freestanding building, is something else allowed?
Through the mayor to Councillor Blizzard, so one of the options would be childcare if someone takes it over, or it would be a conversion or a demolition. If it was a conversion, it would be either apartment or townhouse, because those are the only other standalone buildings you could have. So it'd be one of those 3 options.
Or they'd have to come back to council and ask for a special rezoning, or is that not even allowed?
Through the mayor to Councillor Blizzard, that would be option number 4. If there's other commercial uses they are interested in, that could be an option, but that it may be better to speak with the developer to understand how their confidence
I will ask. Okay. I think that's all I've got for right now. Thanks.
Councillor Randawa.
Thank you for your presentation. A lot of questions, and they kind of confused me. So help me walk. Let's start from stage 1 here. As it's zoned today, what is allowed?
Through the mayor to Councillor Dow, I don't have the RML district in front of me, but off the top of my head, it would allow for all the current residential forms you could do with RMM. So semi-detached apartments, townhouses, and I believe duplexes. That would also include, I think, show homes as well, but no complementary commercial uses which are listed in the RMM district.
So really, we're here today just regarding that childcare facility commercial aspect, right? Like, the rest could kind of be done.
Through the mayor, Councilor Riddell, that's a fair statement.
Okay. So kind of tagging along with Councilor Blizzard's question, and I'm sure maybe the developer will talk about it, but just a childcare facility, like they didn't want this zone commercial just in case, like 10, 20 years down the road, there's something different.
Through the mayor, Councilor Riddell, I would probably defer to the developer for that question.
And parking requirements regarding a childcare facility of certain size, is that a developer question too, or?
Through the mayor, Councilor Riddell, I can speak to that one. So there are no changes in the parking requirements. What if the childcare facility was included or not included, whatever the standard parking requirements are within the land use bylaw, those would be followed now.
Okay. And last question, I think one of the responses we received requested that it stay parkland with more trees. Would you just be able to kind of talk to that about how this is privately owned land and individuals have a right to develop their land according to certain principles?
Through the mayor, Councilor Riddell, I think you pretty much summed it up. It is privately owned land. As a property owner, everyone has development rights that you have a right to, regardless if the use is permitted or discretionary. But that would be pretty much it. That's how I would say.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, on round two, I'm gonna go to, are you sure? Okay, go ahead, Counselor.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Macon. Thank you, Councillor Nguyen. Classy as always, Councillor Nguyen. I think we're sharing levels of confusion here. I was perfectly kind of all set until I heard the answers to Councillor Rendau's question, and now I'm confused again. So the difference between an RMM and RML, is my understanding, is it relates mostly to the degree of density, right?
Through the mayor, Council Wesley, degree of density and the complementary commercial uses that will be permitted.
Okay, and so can you refresh me what those density requirements are?
Through the mayor to Councilor Wesley, I believe in the RMM district, it says a minimum of 37 to 70. I know I said 35 earlier. The land use bylaw is a little off with that number. I don't know why it picked 37 over 35, but that's just how it is in that one.
It's a prime number. It's lovely.
Okay, well there you go. But as for the for RML, the interpretation from our development authority has been that for the RML district, the density would be at a maximum of 35.
Okay.
Sorry, 37. I confuse 37 within the land use bylaw, but like I said earlier, I don't know why there's a misalignment between 37 and 35.
So final answer is
37,
okay,
which is listed in the land use bylaw.
Awesome. Now, any change in building heights required going from RML to RMM?
Through the mayor to Councilor Wesley, my apologies, I don't have the RML district in front of me, but I'm not going to take a guess on that one. I'd have to have it up in front of me.
We can have that information for readings.
Okay, that sounds great. I might have a question pop into my head later, but Councillor Nguyen was awesome in yielding his little spot, so I won't abuse that.
Go ahead, Counselor Nguyen.
Much appreciated. Thank you. This question on traffic, it's one of my main concerns, is the division with stormwater ponds between this and adjacent development. So would it be a requirement for development of this area at the entry and exit points prior to 94th Street to have, I think they're called exit ramps or deceleration lanes incorporated? I think I did a rough count here, and there could be about 120 residential units, and if it's medium density, quite a few vehicles, and with just a divided 2-lane roadway there, or undivided, sorry, is what I meant. It could create a lot of traffic congestion and potentially I don't want to say dangerous conditions, but difficult for people to get in and out of this area should that not exist.
Through the mayor, Councilor Nguyen, when the application would be reviewed for, say, for this site alone, our engineering department would be the ones I would defer to them and use their guidance on if de-acceleration lanes or additional lanes would be required. And that can definitely be done through the development permit stage. But as of right now, I couldn't be able to answer that question. I'd have to defer.
All right. So like 90% of our questions can't be answered at this stage of the game. But yeah, fair enough. And I'm sure it would be considered by engineering at that time. So Thank you.
Perfect. That's all the questions for you. So I'll have you take your seat again. All right, we do have 3 registered to speak. They're all coming up again at the same time. Welcome back up, Keith and Chris, as well as Romeo, I understand, is joining them as well. Once again, just for the record, if you could each introduce yourselves. And then I understand you are here to answer questions.
Good afternoon again. I'm Keith Davies from Stantec, and I'm here with the developer again, Chris Nicholas, and with the builder as well, Romeo Deal from Amric Developments. I just wanted to say a few words before we get into questions. We'd like to say we're excited at the opportunity to bring a childcare use to the South Point area, as we have determined it's in high demand, as it is in many locations. It should also be clarified that this location has always been approved for medium density in the area structure plan and the outline plan. So we're not changing that. The application remains in alignment with that purpose. The current RML district on the land, which allows for multi-attached apartment, does not have a density requirement tied to it in the district. The density of the site would be guided by the area structure plan and the outline plan, which have always shown medium density residential in that location. But in coordination with administration, when we brought up the childcare use, it was determined the RMM district would be the most appropriate to align with the outline plan and the area structure plan to best support the proposed townhouses with the complementary childcare use. It's a key location with good access off 94th and access to trails, as well as buffering from all adjacent or development nearby by the pond and the park. The development will remain in alignment with the density requirement of 36 to 70 dwellings per hectare, which has always been required there by the area structure plan and the outline plan. And we do, I think you've seen already a conceptual plan or a concept. Maybe, I don't know how we bring that up here. If someone can help bring that up, but it would, if you've got it, yeah, that's great. It's probably good to bring it up too. Great, thank you. Again, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and we're happy to take any questions you might have for us.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ketcher.
So I'll just ask the question that everybody else kind of asked. So would it be the intent that you are going to build an apartment so that you, for future, or what happens then if something happens to this childcare facility that it, goes defunct?
Well, there's always that risk. The reason, the method behind it, we've done this in a few different communities in Edmonton and had great success. More recently, just in North Edmonton, where we did something similar with townhomes. Did have a standalone daycare. Primarily, we would be the owner of the building itself. We just lease it to an operator, qualified one as well. But with our last one, we had 3 LOIs. We committed with one. So there is a large demand for groups to, they're looking for daycare facilities that they can, take over and lease, but we would own it ourselves and manage the property.
Okay, thank you. And second question, and I have to admit, I got confused when I was looking at the map. So as you get down, okay, so this isn't regarding this specific piece, but past the storm ponds, that's all being developed right now. So then when you come to the main road and you come to the next development, it's showing commercial and MDR. So when is that going to get started? I want to know the future.
Right. I can answer that because we actually own it with a little more certainty. Thanks to the favorable outcome of moments ago, we'll finish the development over the next 2 years on the west side of the school, and then that commercial MDR would be our next phase. So that would put us in development of that in 2029.
Okay. No, I appreciate that because I keep telling everybody there's a commercial site there, and then I'm like, I don't know that's where I got kind of confused between the two when I was looking at the maps. So, okay, no, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Counselor Wesley.
Yeah, I have to admit this one seems like it's a messy one for me. So we're moving from RML to RMM. Administration just told us that RML has a maximum of 35 units per hectare. From what I understand from what you just said is that it's already basically zoned for what you're proposing now. So I guess where I'm getting a little bit confused is why are we here?
The main reason we're here is to add the childcare use. I think part of the confusion is the name of the RML, the word low in there. It was applied to a medium density site. It allows for medium density uses, which are multi-attached and apartment, as does RMM. But I think that was causing some confusion. I don't know the history of that zone either, when it was created, what the intent was, but it doesn't have a density tied to it specifically. But the word low, I think it could be interpreted that you should be a lower density than RMM. But yeah, the intent is largely for childcare here with the townhouse, as you can see on the screen.
If I could just speak to
Okay,
the process of it, Councillor Wesley. So we came, not always do we work with a purchaser that has a very, very clear idea what they want to do, and it's kind of cart before the horse, as you can appreciate, because we still have to go through development permits, and we generally look for a lot of flexibility in a zone just to be able to satisfy an end user. In this case, Romeo and his company came to us wanting this, and so we worked with your administration and said, well, what would be the most appropriate zone to go to? And because RML, and we did go through the iterations of DC and that you so aptly put out, but RMM seemed to tick as much as it caused a bit of confusion, even with us, sir. Just so you know, it seemed to be the most appropriate to fulfill and so we kind of work backwards into this, if that helps process wise.
Okay, gotcha. Maybe if I could just change tacks for just a short moment here. Just noticing that the proposed development is pretty close to a storage drain pond. Any geotechnical analysis on this to just to verify that the proposed density of development is suitable in that particular area?
Yeah, it's just recommended for standard footings and no concerns.
Okay, thanks.
Counselor Nguyen.
Yeah, just looking at this map here, this type of development would be conducive to, I guess, private roadways. I wouldn't expect that this is turned over to the city for, okay, that's seen shaking of heads, that's great. So yeah, essentially for the rest of council then, and for the public to hear, then this would be maintained by a management board then within this pocket, as there are no other through roadways or any other accesses that would lead for to any of city services running through there for property maintenance and whatnot. So that's a
Correct.
You want to comment on
all
that?
private.
That's fine. Okay, thank you.
Counselor Blizzard.
Yeah, I was going to ask the same thing, that this looks more like a private subdivision. Does that fall under the same zoning then? And I still see low density as more single family with some mix, and there's like absolutely no mix at all.
Yeah, it will be private, and it is proposed under RMM or RML. You could do a similar format of a private site development. The RML that was zoned there before allowed for multi-unit housing, so you could do the whole site as townhouse, just like you see here, if you wanted to. So yeah, no change to that component.
Okay.
It's really to get the childcare use as standalone, which they've done. Romeo's done elsewhere to great success and great demand.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you did mention there was, no risk, but there is, because you're limiting it only to the one space. Normally when you develop something, if that childcare doesn't work out, it could become some other facility, but we've just been told that it would either have to be childcare, or you can redevelop into apartments or tear it down. So that kind of does give you a lot of risk of being so specific.
Yeah, and I would just say they're taking on a bit of risk by doing that, but you wouldn't have to rezone to do a apartment building or townhouse in that location. If it didn't work out, they could come in for a development permit under the current zoning and do townhouse if needed. But I think Romeo can speak more to the demand.
Yeah, like with anything, there's risk, right? Obviously, in retail, like depends on the current economy. We just had great success with this type of product, given that you have townhouses, you have great amenity. You're building something that you're gonna have families in, as opposed to apartment condo style, right? So we're trying to cater to that demographic, and we found that having a common on-site daycare standalone, where we would operate the building side, has been quite successful. So we had quite a bit of demand. We'd worked with leasing agents in the past few years, and they're constantly asking about future daycare sites and or spaces. So we kind of caught on to that and kind of trying to accommodate that into all our multi-sites that we have in the city. So that's, again, yes, there is an absolute risk in anything that you do, but it's something that we calculated, and at the current stage of the economy, I think it's something that's in high demand.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor Randhawa on round one.
Thank you for bumping me ahead of Councillor Wesley, who always seems to have so many
You
more questions.
are welcome.
I appreciate that. Romeo, just to tag along to those maybe those questions, could you speak a little bit more about what you have envisioned here? Like, how many kids do you anticipate being in that area? How big of a footprint will the building be, etc.?
So right now, like, it's a bit premature to go for design. We have this, kind of designated site, so we would have to go through the process with administration, with our development and building permit. In the past, with daycare, it's a number of kids are all relative to the utilization of the floor space. So this is something that we would have to do in the permitting process, for which it's my first time in the city of Fort Saskatchewan dealing with the daycare facility. But in the city of Edmonton, they designate this is the maximum number of kids. This is the parking requirement. So it's quite rigorous, right? So you have to design the building, and you have to have, in combination to a permit, an indoor floor space, for which they then decide how many kids would be suffice, and that's your max.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Wesley.
Yeah, I'm just looking at your conceptual map here, and it appears like the entry exit to the daycare and is also one of the entry exits to the overall complex. And I'm just curious as to whether you did any sort of analysis. I know a traffic impact assessment is not required here, but any analysis as to pinch points during the peak times, especially when the child care is at its peak?
We're showing this, but it's hi. Sorry, now I'm on. We're showing this, but this is actually a development permit. So that analysis you talk about will go along with that, the next phase. So even I know we wanted to show the plan for council to consider, for the reason that why we are doing this zoning. But yes, that all has to be addressed to ensure that it works. And to your point earlier, Councillor Nguyen, like, we still have to do that traffic analysis with the usage, and that is a priori to this. So yes, still have to do that work.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. That is. Oh.
Sorry.
Do you want to ask a question? Yeah. Okay. No problem. That is all the questions for you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is there? I don't think there's anyone else here. So I'll ask administration to come back up.
Through the mayor, while administration comes back up, my hope was to reset the conversation a little bit with council. Council absolutely has the right to ask the questions that they deem fit, but we are getting heavily into the details. The question before council today is, are you okay with upzoning the site from RML to medium density? That is really the focus. We can absolutely take these questions and do our best to provide the answers. However, I'm a bit worried that we're losing focus, because there are other uses other than childcare facilities that could be allowed if this zoning gets approved. So I just wanted to share that feedback that there is a bigger picture in front of council as to whether or not you want to go from low density to medium density. Of course, we as administration will be happy to answer any questions that you put forward, but I don't want to lose sight of the big picture.
Maybe some clarification on that, Ms. Smith-Toogood, because it seems like there are lots of questions around the childcare facility. So if you answer yes to the question that you're saying is the big picture question here today, are you saying yes to the standalone childcare? Or, because I think that there's probably support for what you're saying, but the childcare piece, there's comments around that.
Through the mayor, you're correct. There is the question about are you okay with going from low density to medium density, but there's also the question of are you okay with allowing a child care facility on this site?
Okay. I just want to look at I'll just bring up, I guess, what the motion is, and then there might be just amendments to, because it's just one motion, correct? Or is there two?
That is correct. There is one motion. If council wanted to separate out the conversation, so remove childcare facility from the conversation, we are prepared. We can set you up to have that debate.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. All right, so we're going to questions. You ready for that? I'll go to Councillor Blizzard.
Okay, so my first question is, I know it was up on there, but you guys have seen this that was presented to us, kind of a rough outline. It's not rough, but it's got lots of little details in there. But so we were told by Keith that the changing of zoning from RML to RMM would be no change. But if we were doing it all as RML, would we have a variety of housing that we usually do versus this is an entirely townhouse intensive site? Would we do that mixed where there would be more than just the one type in this area?
Through the mayor to Councillor Blizzard, you could have the exact same layout because within RML and RMM, the residential farms are the same. So with RML, if you chose to do all townhouses, you could do that similar to RMM. If you chose to do all townhouses, you could do that.
But would the city look at it as a guideline saying we want, or what would the zoning be if you said, the Bremner behind it that maybe has a mixed? What is the zoning there? Was that also RML?
Through the mayor to Council Blizzard, just to confirm, you're talking about the low density on the opposite side of the storm pond? Is that referring to? I believe that zone is RC, which is a comprehensive residential district, which also does allow for a variety of different forms of housing, such as single detached, or semi-detached, and townhouses. However, that's more what you typically see for your fee simple development, while here we're talking more of this comprehensive, a bigger site development.
Okay, so I guess what I'm asking is, if they weren't interested in having this freestanding, standalone, or any commercial for that matter, really, building in here, this wouldn't come back to us at all. Would you approve everything if this wasn't there? You would just say, yep, that falls within our guidelines. Council doesn't need to look. It's already been zoned for that. Or would you be having some kind of a thing saying, well, we need a few single family, we need a few duplexes?
Through Mayor Council Blizzard, you are pretty much right on. If they had come forward with just townhouses, which is a permitted use within the district, and they had met all regulations, that development permit would be approved.
Okay, and can any lot, because they're saying now the streets would all be private, it would be a condo type development that they would have to maintain their own roads. Can that be done anywhere?
Through the Mayor Councilor Blizzard, you typically want to do it on a larger site. You don't want to be doing on like a lot that's 30 meters by 10 and a half, which you would see.
But like a 5-acre site.
Yeah, definitely. With a 5-acre site, you could develop it in a comprehensive style, as long as you have the correct zoning in place.
And then it makes it easier on the city for worrying about road clearing, I guess.
Through the mayor to Councilor Blizzard, all that road clearing infrastructure, as kind of mentioned in the council report, the city just looks to the property line. After that, that's all privately managed.
Okay, I think I'm okay for a minute. We'll listen to other questions.
Councillor Rondeau.
Councillor Blizzard may be turning her home into a little condo unit there. You never know. You never know. So I thought I had this, and then our Ms. Duguid, you mentioned this is kind of about going from low density to medium density. I thought this was already medium density when we chatted earlier. Is it not?
Through the mayor to Councilor Rondeau, in the South Fort Area Structure Plan and South Fort Outline Plan, it is designated as medium density. The Development Authority or Planning and Development's interpretation was that the zoning did not align, the low RML, that district did not align with what's in the South Fort Area Structure Plan and Outline Plan, which is medium density. So that's why the recommendation from administration to the applicant was to go to RMM.
Okay, but back to Councillor Blizzard's question, if we take the childcare portion out of this, the rest of this proposed mock-up, except for the minor details I'm sure you'd go through, is essentially in line with whatever is approved already.
Through the mayor to Councilor Rondeau,
I'll jump in here
Sorry,
through
I'm
Mayor
just hearing
Macon. Yeah,
yeah.
I think when you look at the area structure plan, you can see that this site is sort of bounded by the stormwater management
For sure.
facility, and it's also bounded by 94th, which is our arterial roadway. So the understanding we'd had as planning is that this was going to develop as a comprehensive site. It wasn't going to be lotted out similar to the public hearing and discussion we just had. It was always going to be a single site with a comprehensive development. And so we just feel that this zoning that we're asking for council to approve today is more in line with what that vision is as described in the area structure plan.
Okay, I agree with all that. That makes sense. So just back again to Councillor Blizzard's question. These townhomes, if it came forward for a DP without the childcare facility, it would be approved without anything happening here today, or no?
through the mayor to Councilor Rondeau, because townhouses are permitted use, you would have a site with townhouses. If the number of the houses going to be the same or not, that could be reviewed during the discussion or during the development permit review. But townhouses would be.
Big picture, yes. This specific site plan, we can't comment on that. We haven't done the analysis in terms of the development itself, but big picture, yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Maybe if we zoom that picture just a little bit, then how many are allowed under the current zoning? Like, is there a certain density for townhomes allowed, and can we back of the envelope guess what that is on the screen?
Through the mayor to Councilor Rondeau, I took a quick look. I believe the density is around between 50 to 60, which would fall within that RMM range, which is medium density, which would align with your area structure plan and outline plan.
Okay, so it's kind of within the limits it's already zoned for.
Sorry, through the mayor, Councilor Rondeau, can you just
Sorry, I
clarify?
apologize. I'm
When you say
asking this
already zoned
question
for, you're saying already zoned as RML?
Okay.
Or?
Sorry, I'm asking this question about 12 times, but I just want to make sure council has the right facts. So we take the childcare facility out of the equation. If we weren't here today voting on this change, if they came forward with that for a DP, would it get approved under the existing zoning, or no? Is that too dense?
Through the mayor, Councilor Rondeau, that's a fair statement. We would, through our interpretation of the RML district, we would say this is too dense because of the density that I mentioned earlier.
And by what scale or magnitude is it? Like, are we talking about this is like 2x more than it would be currently, or are we like talking rounding errors there?
Through the mayor, Councilor Rondeau, 2x I would say is too much, between 1.25 to maybe 1.5, but that's just me guessing at this point.
And I don't think we have the specificity available to us to actually answer that question properly. So just take that with a grain of salt, perhaps. Yeah,
Yep.
We don't have a development permit in front of us today, so we don't have all of the information to answer that question.
I understand that, and thank you very much for bearing with me. I think there's just a couple councillors that have asked questions, and I just wanted to make sure we hit the nail on the head, so thank you.
Councillor Nguyen.
I am so confused. No, let's not start there again, but thank you for being patient and answering some of our questions here. I actually want to ask our deputy CAO here, for just clarification on the comments that you made. So that we stay on track here, because right now, the permitted use, as Taryn mentioned, was the other multi-attached housing. There's just some signage in there as well, and then apartment as well right now. So those are all. That's the entire scope of the rest of the permitted use currently under the currently under RMM, right? So it's like it's fairly limited, I suppose, because when you mentioned there are other permitted uses, I just wanted to make sure that I had the right understanding of what's currently permitted there.
You're correct. Apartment is discretionary, but those are listed residential uses within the RML.
Right. So technically, they could, the proposal just adding a childcare facility, but an apartment building could be applied for on this docket as well. Yeah. Okay. That's good enough. I think I've got my head around this, so I'm good for questions.
Councillor Wesley.
Yeah, just so I am 100% clear, because that lasts about 30 seconds right now. Right now, 37 residences or less are permitted on this particular parcel.
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, correct, under RML.
All right. Now, just back of the napkin, looking at the picture, you'd say there's 50 or 60 on this picture, right?
Through the mayor, Councillor Wesley, yes.
Okay. And for RMM, the maximum is potentially 70.
Through the mayor, Councillor Wesley, correct.
Okay, so theoretically, we could go from 35 or 37 to 70, and we reach Councillor Randhawa's danger area of 2x.
Through the mayor, Councillor Wesley, that is correct, but the caveat would also be that the Southward Area Structure Plan and South Point Outline Plan did always designate this as medium density. So yes, you are creating that upzone, but you can also say it was always known that this was going to be a medium density site.
Okay. I think I've got it until Councillor Blizzard asks her poignant question, and then I'll probably be confused again.
Councillor Blizzard.
Just a little,
Away.
yeah, just a little question actually. So in the other one we were looking at, the limit for attached housing was 4, and looking by the picture they're proposing, there's at least 6 or maybe even 8 in some of them. So this would allow more attached housing together?
Through the mayor, Councillor Blizzard, correct.
Okay. Okay, I guess that's all I've got for now.
Councillor Wesley, back to you.
Hey, here we go. I'm not confused, but I'm just curious as to the South Point Outline Plan that we're referencing and we're changing, and it's been changed 4,872 times since 2027, most recently in 2024. At what point do we just kind of do a holistic look at this, or are we always going to be like Frankensteining it a little bit?
Through the mayor, Councillor Wesley, you do a holistic look when you're working on, or once you have your area structure plan approved, you get into your neighborhoods. But from there, plans always change, right? We try to work as best as we can with the developers of what works for them, but also at the same time, we do have to consider what our policies are within the municipal development plan and Southward Area Structure Plan. So yes, we try to work and try to bring things forward with our recommendation, but there are some times where it doesn't always work out. So there may be times where the South Point Outline Plan could have been changed even more, and administration recommended against it because it doesn't make sense with our policies.
So when could we potentially next hear some biting analysis from you as a holistic review of this is where we think it's going to go for what seems to be more than a year?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, I might have to defer to Ms. Butterfield. Just, I don't know, like, we do take a look at our area structure plans. Like, for example, our MDP requires take a look every 5 years. I believe we do the similar with our area structure plans. So I don't know exactly what that timeline would be, and I don't know if Ms. Butterfield could answer or not, but we do take a look at
just looking for curiosity.
So just for me to be clear, Councillor Wesley, you're looking for an idea of when do we go through and refresh the outline plans?
You tinker it a little bit here, you tinker this a little bit here, you add on this this addition here, and you add this onto there, and then all of a sudden, holistically, you're ending up with this big sort of Frankenstein structure that where you spend a moment, go back and say, you know what, we need to clean all this up, much like what we're doing with the land use bylaw process, right?
Right, yeah. So I think the answer to that is as you actually build out a neighborhood, you have real information, not projected information. And so the data that you have is from real day to day, whether it's traffic, whether it's the way the neighborhood looks, whether it's the density overall. Those are things that we're constantly monitoring. And so when we would make changes to the outline plan, all of that sort of comprehensive information would be considered. And it does make an impact at the development stage. But again, we're taking something that was planned out with, former agricultural lands and putting a bunch of numbers to it. Those become more real over time.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. It does not appear that there are any more questions. I'll close the public hearing at 4:45 and move to business arising from the public hearing.
Thank you, Mayor. The recommended motion is that council give second and third reading to bylaw C-19-26, as described in the council report.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nguyen?
Make the motion that admin approve budget for council to take the course Planning for Dummies before. Thank you. But in actuality, I think we could be much better educated in planning, given our interpretation of the process and also what we're reading in the documents submitted as to what's important and before us. So I just want to thank administration and our developers for being patient with us as we work through this. I'll make the motion that council give second reading to bylaw C-19-26 to amend land use bylaw C-23-20 by redistricting. Oh, here we go. I'll read it once and then maybe not the third reading. A portion of Southwest 295422 west of the 4th Meridian from RML low density multiple residential district to RMM medium density multiple residential district, and by replacing section 6.17 medium density multiple residential district with the amended wording outlined in Appendix C attached to the May 26, 2026 RFD.
Do you wish to speak in favor?
I would, yeah. This is an extremely unique pocket of property that has sat there and seen development occur to the west towards Highway 21 in the capacity of multifamily, and there's a different variety of multifamilies that are built. It also is bound by arterial roadways, so it is quite unique in the fact that it's bound. It's got access to our arterial roadway. It's across from hospital lands and further to the east, a residential district of its own. I do thank the developer for coming in with this proposal, as I would like to see something happen with this pocket. And I do believe that what is being proposed here in the grand scheme of things, I'm trying to look at the big picture, but also with a child care facility, is conducive and contiguous to the type of developments that we have in this area already. So in accordance with our land use bylaws and our planning development requirements for access to main roadway, the child care facility falls within these requirements. So I believe it is a good place, a good fit to have this type of development. So I'll leave it at that and hear from the rest of council.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go next on this one. I wrote it down because I wanted to make sure my wording on this was very careful given my background in childcare. I'm not in favor of changing the district to include a single-use commercial designation for a standalone childcare building. The problem for me is that if you're going to build a purpose-built standalone in a residential area, you better be sure it's going to succeed. I don't have the confidence in the childcare sector to believe that this is not a risk to the municipality. Right now, we have a huge influx of programs, and I understand many of those new ones are at a low capacity. Plus there has been even more recent announcements for other programs already approved. This matters because the province controls what programs can charge. There's no negotiation, doesn't matter what your expenses are, there's a chart. In order for a standalone program to make it to work, you'd have to have high numbers. I'm not opposed to another daycare or another 10 daycares. Businesses take a look at the market and make their own decision on risk. However, what if this program in this location is not successful? What does the city do with a purpose-built building in a residential area zoned for one type of use? I recommend either creating a proper commercial node in this area that would include childcare and other businesses that make sense, so that if this unfortunately is not successful, then the risk to the neighborhood is reduced. We've already approved a commercial node 1 block south on South Point Boulevard. For me, that makes a lot of sense for this neighborhood. I would also support it as it's currently written, a commercial node below apartments. Childcare could go there, as well as other permitted uses in case that doesn't work. I am concerned about what happens if there isn't the need in this area, and I'm not satisfied with the idea that it could maybe be something else, maybe turned into townhouses, maybe torn down, right? I think that would be extremely disruptive to this area, and it would be really hard to find another use that made sense, especially for a standalone building. There are 2 other childcare programs 2 blocks north of this. And so I would just reiterate, in this case, just because you build it does not mean that they will come. And I do not believe that the need in Fort Saskatchewan would outweigh the risk right now to having this building the way that it is presented. And as I said in my comments there, I am not opposed to a childcare facility in this community. I just think not a standalone building and not a single approval for that being the only use. Councillor Blizzard.
Okay, just getting all my thoughts together here. So I do have one question before I kind of summarize my thoughts on it. But so what happens if a childcare goes in here and it's not successful? And I know the intentions are we'll find someone else to operate, but nobody operates. And now we have, I don't know how many in the room remember, but there was a bingo place behind where Moto Mio is now that was just run down. I never saw it operate. I was just told it was a bingo place, and it was there for years and years and years until finally, I don't know how they got convinced, but they tore it down. Or the current Comfort Inn was partly built and it never got completed, and there was papers on the walls, on the outside of it that were flapping. What happens to the building if it gets run down? Does the city have a way to go in and say, you need to do something to fix it up? Because I would hate to approve this childcare building, and then if that's the only use and they're saying, well, we're not tearing it down, that's a lot of money, it just gets run down.
So through Mayor Macon to Councillor Blizzard, I think obviously we want to see development that's successful in our community. I don't think, however, that planning can comment on the viability of a business model. So if something fails, if it's a sandwich shop, if it's a daycare and it fails, there's a vacant commercial space, and the landowner needs to figure out how to make sure that vacant space is filled. In terms of community standards bylaws and what avenues we might have if something is derelict, I don't know that information. I'm not sure if someone in the room does, but I don't know the answer to that.
I'm going to ask, yes.
Through the mayor, there has been a lot of conversations about derelict buildings, and the community standards bylaw is coming before council in June, and I believe it does have provisions speaking to derelict buildings.
For commercial too?
It would include commercial as well.
Like a hotel that we, I don't think the city at the time knew what to do with that one.
I can't speak to that specifically, but I believe it would be built within there.
Okay. I am going to support this. And when I say this, and I want to say this loud because I do know we have some of the papers in the city that watch this. One of the reasons that we got some feedback, the feedback on one of the forms was they wanted to stay park. It's a private property, so it never was park. It wouldn't stay park because it isn't park. So that is kind of not an argument for some of them, and I do feel for them that they would like what they have, but it was never zoned for the same district as they have. So it was never gonna be the bigger yards as big as those single family houses are these days. it was always meant to be a bit more of a denser use. So I'm okay with that part. So to me, the only issue here is this freestanding daycare. I just went on my, I know we, in the past, sometimes we were criticized for using our phones, but I just went on the city map and put in daycares. And it's actually, the potential is in a great location. All of Sienna is south of there, that, you know, probably has tons of kids. It's a newer area. This area will, the whole subdivision will. I'm not going to be really negative on a childcare. Yes, any business can fail. Sometimes that's the operator, but it's not a bad location for it. Most of our daycares are really centered right in the old downtown area. And so to have it branched out a little bit more, that there's some, you know, south of the highway, there already is a few, but I think there's room for more versus all the ones that are downtown. So I'm not against it. They don't have that I don't think there's anything to the north yet of this property, right? I don't think there's any building. I'm pretty sure it was still empty. So it's not like the childcare itself is backing on. And the part that backs on to where the ponds are and then the other residents could have been this to begin with. The other thing I like about this, and maybe is a little self-serving on the city side, is I actually like when there's some of these private streets. The neighborhoods can work together. The city isn't in charge if the roads are a little smaller than normal for doing the snow clearing. That's on the individual development like we have currently in a few different areas of the city. This isn't something new, so I will support this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ketcher.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to support it as well. What I heard through all of the public hearing is, and I can look for heads out there, this is still going to be owned by the developer as a private site, and that the daycare facility would be owned and leased by the developer. Yeah, I'm seeing heads nod. So that's what I wrote down. So I just kind of wanted to see heads nod. You know, I'm always reminded, and sometimes I always go home from council and I go, you know, I said something and then I have to take it back because times have changed. In this instance, though, I kind of have to laugh because when we lived in Calgary, I had a daycare that was a block and a half from our house, and I was able to walk my children to that daycare so that I could go to work. And I kind of look at this, and once I got through the confusion, then it was the aha moment for me that if you have that many people living in that area, wouldn't it be nice to be able to walk your child to a daycare as opposed to putting them in their car seat, taking them however far, and then same thing on the reverse side. It's very handy. You know, it's up to the parent where they want to take their children, of course. But I had that aha moment when I had to think back of where I lived in Calgary. And to have a daycare that close to my home was very beneficial to us. This is unique. We are living in a society that times have just changed, and sometimes I don't comprehend it, but I have to get on side with some of the changes that are going in with what's the reality of going on. Of course, if I could have a Hudson's Bay, I would be really happy, but that ship has sailed, so I'll leave it with that. Thank you.
Councillor Harris.
I'll support the bylaw. If we look at it strictly from a planning context, then the application that's come before us makes eminent sense. It's to change the zoning from a planning context on a piece of property. The developer has made a convincing case, in my opinion, to move forward in that regard. The issue of the standalone childcare will sort itself out in due course. The market will determine what the market will determine. And if it doesn't, then there are other options in this zoning that will allow it to be something else, whether it's an apartment or whatever. But that will take place in due course. And Mayor Ketcher, or Mayor Macon, I understand your concerns in that regard. And but in this context, strictly from a planning standpoint, I support it. It's time to move forward.
Thank you, Councillor Wesley.
Yeah, given all the hurly-burly of this, I had to really break this down into two components, right? We're asking if we're going to switch from RML to RMM, and then whilst intentionally or not, we're really having to think about the viability of the childcare space, right? Although I think all seven of us will be pretty unanimous in denoting the importance of childcare, and I don't think we just need to go on too much about how that is a vital service that is provided to our community. I guess my problem is not so much that I don't like this development. It's just that I'm just unconvinced that we need to change from RML to RMM. That case really wasn't made to me in a strong enough fashion. When I look at the childcare viability, I really am strongly convinced by Mayor Makin's comments as someone who is kind of an expert matter and an expert in that particular field, and understand sort of like the concerns that would happen if that childcare facility was not viable, right? And how it would create a lot of complication for the city. So considering those two things, which I think is where the issues sort of broke down, I'm going to vote no on this particular one.
Councillor Rondawa.
Yes. In relation to Councillor Burgett's earlier question about what happens, I have good first-hand knowledge of what happens when businesses stop. I think the council of the day put a stop order on that hotel as the group had no longer the funds to continue it. And then I believe the council of the day and administration of the day went around to different business groups in the community asking, please take this over because it's a fire hazard and a sore spot in our community. And a fantastic group of individuals did take it over and do good service to the community. But I'll leave it at that. In terms of this, you know, the use is pretty much staying the same. There could be townhomes there now. There might be a few more there after this. And in terms of the childcare facility, it's not something I'm an expert in, so I appreciate Mayor Makin's thoughts on that. But it looks like this is going to pass regardless. So yeah, I appreciate the group putting it forward, bringing new development to our community. I think it's going to be good.
Thank you very much. On round two, I'll just reiterate my comment that I'm totally good with childcare in this neighborhood. I just think it should look a little different, like it was originally proposed to be. And if this motion does pass, I will be totally fine and satisfied. And any business has risk. My concern was just to the risk to the municipality in this case specifically. Councillor Ketcher?
Well, I'm just going to go on risk and thank the Rendawa family for taking that hotel over and making it wonderful. And because it's besides the Dow Center, it gets used a lot. So thank you. We'll just go on record with that one. But coming back to this, we're really not debating the viability of daycares in Fort Saskatchewan. There are a lot. When you consider the average age of our households are like 35 or 36 years old, and the number of babies that are being born all the time. And Councillor Blizzard's daughter just had another one that will need daycare at some point in time. But I'm not in the business of daycare, so I can separate myself from that. And there's really not much out in that area, so I do fully support this. And I think it's unique. And I look forward to seeing how this is all going to come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm just going to add one more comment just because a couple comments just didn't sit right with me. And I just want to ensure that my comments aren't talking necessarily about us discussing the viability of that business. My purpose was more on my concern on the risk to the municipality with it being there, just because the viability is unknown. So my concern is about risk. Councillor Nguyen, would you care to close?
I would. Some really good discussion here, and I do as well echo that I appreciate our mayor's insight and remarks on the childcare industry. And I think the six of the rest of us are kind of throwing caution to the wind on what we know about the market, growth and demographics in the industry and the viability for this. I want to, in the same breath, mention that it is not often that someone comes forward like the developer saying that we know that this can work in this spot and we're going to go ahead with it. There's a lot of vacant commercial in Fort Saskatchewan because buildings have been built and then after it, well, now we need to find tenants for it, and we have these pockets around Fort Saskatchewan. Some of them are in great condition, but frankly, they leave voids in the community. So having the developer here with the builder for the proposed childcare facility site speaks volumes to me, as there is a specific plan and follow through action that's going to be taken with this pocket. I'll just reiterate as well that I think we have a good location for that embedded in a community which will have higher density, let's call it, housing than traditional neighborhoods, and I think this is a really good fit for it because there isn't anything right around there with roadway networks connected to it, or it's not abutting any other this type of density. I'm starting to get confused with what is high and medium and higher than low. If anyway, but yeah. So I thank everyone for the discussion. We're all weighing in with our experience and just knowledge of what we think can work here, and I hope we make the right decision. Wish the developer all the best in getting going on this project. So thank you for bringing it to council today.
Thank you very much. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried 5-2. It's been a bit of a long go here. Do we want to take a 15-minute break to have? Sorry, third. Man, we have just been talking so long. It feels like we're already done. Oh my goodness, that's. It's you. You throw me off apparently. All right, Councillor Nguyen, would you like to do third reading?
Yeah, I'll just read it in abbreviation.
Go ahead.
This time. So the council give third reading to bylaw C 1926 to amend land use bylaw C 2320 by portions 1 or A and B of the motion. Does that suffice? I read them in the first time for second reading. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll accept the motion. Anything in favor? No. I'll just make the comment. Council supports this, and I will support third reading. Any other comments? Not seeing any. Councillor Nguyen? Nothing on close. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. And then we'll be ready for a break. Are we good with 15 minutes? Okay.
Sit for another hour.
And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. We're going to take a 15-minute break. It's 5:06.
Trusted as a sharp object.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We'll bring this back to order. We have things to do. We will move into, if I'm not mistaken, 10.1, commercial revitalization grants, policy amendments. Thank you, Aaron Brush Duncan, for being here. You thought you were on consent. Yeah, there you go.
Helps to have the microphone on, and I should absolutely know better. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am Erin Brush Duncan, Director of Economic Development. Today, I'm here to provide Council with an update on the Commercial Revitalization Grants Program and propose amendments to both Policy Fin-017-C and Procedure Fin-017-A to align with Council direction. On May 27, 2025, Council approved the Commercial Revitalization Grants Policy, establishing the Commercial Revitalization Grants Program with two grant streams, the Storefront Improvement Grant and the Commercial Improvement Grant. On April 14th of 2026, Council passed the following motion: that the Commercial Revitalization Grants Program be amended to eliminate grant funds for interior improvements, including the grant stream for commercial improvement grants, and so that funding is only awarded on a one-time basis per eligible business, and that administration prepare a revised commercial revitalization grants policy and procedure to reflect these changes no later than May 27th, 2026. To summarize these changes, administration has prepared amendments to the Commercial Revitalization Grants Policy and Procedure in response to Council's direction received on April 14th of 2026. The proposed amendments would: 1. Eliminate eligibility for interior improvements, including removal of the Commercial Improvement Grant stream, and 2. Limit funding to a one-time award per eligible business or organization. These changes have been highlighted in the track changes versions, which are appendices A and B in your council package, and the completed and clean versions of the policy and procedure are appendices C and D. Administration's recommendation is that Council approve amendments to the Commercial Revitalization Grants Policy Fin-017-C as set out in Appendix C attached to the May 26, 2026 requested for decision report in alignment with Council direction. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, Councilor Randawa.
I apologize for making you have to sit through all this, Aaron, but thank you for the presentation and for all the work you and your team do on this program and for the changes. I think it's very well done, and you guys do a great job. My only kind of comment was in regards to who actually ends up choosing who gets the grants, and what are the options for council if we wanted to have council, I guess, more directly involved in that instead. Might make less work for your department as well, but is there any options that you could kind of give me for that?
Through Mayor Macon to Councilor Randawa, currently decisions are made by the review committee. The review committee is defined as a committee of city administrative staff from economic development, planning and development, finance and legislative services, and other departments deemed necessary to review the suitability of applications against the provisions of the Commercial Revitalization Grants Policy and Procedure. When it comes to how council might be able to have impact or be involved in that decision-making process, I think there are a couple of different options that administration could prepare and bring forward. I think we might just need a bit of time to think through what those are. So possibly refer that back.
Ms. Kennedy? Oh, Ms. Smith-Duguid.
Through the mayor to Councilor Randawa. Ms. Brush Duncan's correct. Ideally, we would take it back and vet a couple options. A couple that come to mind for me is the application could come before council as a whole, and you could make a decision there. We could form a committee, which would be similar to the Sports and Tourism Committee that vets applications. That instance is a combination of staff and councilors, or it could be exclusively a council committee. There's a couple different ways we could go about it.
So like I sit on the Tourism Grants Committee, one of the best committees out there.
Gold star.
We don't we don't really do a whole lot. Like, can I just amend this to have that committee also do this? Like, that committee has a structure, it has council appointees. Is it possible to like change the definitions if I took like program review officer and replaced it with tourism grants committee? Like, would that solve it?
Generally speaking, our preference is to not do amendments to policies like this in the council meeting.
Okay.
Our preference would be to take it, have it referred back to administration, make the edits, and then come back to council.
Okay, so I should put forward a motion to refer it then, is what I'm hearing. Okay, I'll just see if anybody else has any questions or whatnot, and then I'll make a motion if not.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Ketcher?
So I guess the question that I have is in order to move this along, would it just not be easier to put an amending motion on 3.20, the review committee, to add members of council, and then maybe at the next meeting to have a notice of motion that all grants and things like that are done by one committee, and then at that point in time, then it could, because there's several of them, there's the community grants also that's coming back at some point in time that I made the recommendation to have members of council on. And I was hoping somebody actually would put the motion on to put council on this as well. So in order to expedite this, wouldn't it be easier just to put an amending motion on to add members of council on the review committee at this point in time? And then once the next notice of motion comes forward, then we can tie them all up in a nice little bow.
Through the mayor to Council Ketcher, that is an option before council. We could accommodate that. Again, we like to walk away, give it some thought, try to think through the details. So my preference would be a referral as opposed to amendment tonight. But if that is the wish of council, it can be done.
Okay. Well, I'll check with the rest of council.
Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, just had a question, kind of how this program works in the follow-up. Under the section addressing risks to the city, there's criteria to make sure that there's good transparency and that candidates or applicants are subject to the conditions of the grant to receive it. Say somebody got 3 quotes for work and they range $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, and we give them 50% of the $20,000 quote. What follow-up is done to ensure that the 50% that they were putting towards the total cost of the project was they actually paid for the total cost of the project, and they didn't go then to the $10,000 option to recover basically all of their funds of their improvement?
Through Mayor Macon to Councillor Nguyen. So once a project is complete, we require the applicant to submit a final report. And with that final report, we look at receipts, we look at photos of the project to make sure it was done in alignment with what was approved. And so then the committee again reviews that information to make sure that, yes, the expenses that they said they were going to spend are spent, that the full amount, was was spent. And then when we pay out at the end, it is based off of 50% of what was actually spent. So there's kind of like a cap. So if we say we're approving you for $15,000, but when everything comes in, 50% of your expenses was only $14,000, then you would only be paid out the $14,000, if that makes sense.
You bet. Yeah. Thank you for
that. Thank you very much. So my comment would be just that my vote would be for a referral motion. Back to you, Councillor Randawa.
I'm good with referring. I trust your guys' judgment. It's only going to be like one meeting, I'm assuming, so we're not going to take too long. But I'd like to refer it for the purpose of giving decision-making power to the Tourism Grants Committee and Council. Can I do that?
I have a draft here for you, and then you can look on the screen and see how much you want to play with that one. I can just zoom it a bit for you?
Councillor Andawa, the motion that you had just said out loud is really specific, and I think Ms. Matugut's comments was that they could bring back a few options for us to consider. Would that be okay?
So the motion reads, or the draft motion reads, that council refer commercial revitalization grants policy FIN 017C back to administration for the purpose of changing the approving authority from the administration to council, and then the policy be brought back to council no later than, and then you put the date, if that's what you want.
I kind of like the Tourism Grants Committee. Can we do that way? I'll see what happens. I might lose this 7-0. You never know.
Only if you vote against it yourself.
That was the joke. That was the joke. Yeah. And no later than, if we could have it at the next meeting, that'd be great. June? No? No? Okay, tell me a date. You tell me a date then.
If you set it for July 7th, and then we'll try to go faster than that. But
Sounds good.
that gives us breathing room.
Yeah.
While they're getting that up, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I think a majority of council had already debated the merits of this program and so forth. I'm not going to get into that. I just think we have a committee that already kind of divvies up a very small amount of money, and we have that committee, we have that structure in place, we have the precedent and norm of that committee, we put councillors on that committee. We might as well use that committee a little better and give it a little bit more decision-making power. It's not a whole or huge great sum of money, but I think having council a part of more of these decisions as we look at tighter budgets and tougher financial picture going forward, it's just good prudence. And I commend not just because Councillor Catcher complimented me earlier, but I compliment Councillor Catcher for just bringing this issue forward and bringing this discussion forward. So that's why I put this up.
All right, not seeing anyone else buzzing in, so I guess my comment would be, this is not what I thought the referral motion would be, so I'm not going to support it. My thought process was that, as Ms. Smith-Duguid said, that they would bring it back to consider some options, not just one option. And I do think that there is some consideration about who is on that committee now. ECDev, planning, like those actually seem like good people to be on this one specifically. So I would actually not support the way it's worded. I would support if it was worded more broadly, that they could bring back some considerations for council. Councillor Catcher, go ahead.
Okay. I will support the motion, and there will probably be a notice of motion somewhere along the way here. I do agree that, when we're handing out money, we are in charge of looking after the city's money. And, you're right. 3 of us look after $15,000 for tourism, and we divvy out 333, so it's not a big deal. But there's hundreds of thousands of dollars that get allocated out, and it's typically just by city administration. And although we have faith in administration, I think council really does need to play a stronger role in the decision-making process. I think having another set of eyes on it actually would help administration. And the only reason I'm saying this is when I asked the question earlier about who actually is looking at it, I was told, well, just economic development, that it didn't really even go through a review committee. So that's why I've been a little more aggressive on getting some changes on these programs, because I think it will just make it stronger if council's actually the one making the decision. So I'll support it.
Thank you, Councillor Harris.
I don't really care one way or the other. More of you are passionate about this than I am. The reality is council needs to make the decision. And I think that's probably you're hearing that we obviously want you to do the hard work and to do the heavy lifting, to make the recommendations, that ultimately council has the opportunity to have a sober second thought to say, yeah, I like that. No, I don't. And this is why and why not, as opposed to it just being carte blanche at an administrative level. And I think for the reasons why I've heard up here about that. So I'm fine with the referral. I'm not so much, the Tourism Hosting Grant Committee. I don't really know what that committee does. I know I do, but I'm just kidding. But I'm not sure if that's, is it the format of the tourism grant hosting thing, or is that kind of what we're getting at?
Councillor Dow, do you want to clarify?
So when we look at how do we want council to be making these decisions, it's not a great sum of money that I think we should be bringing this up for our packed agendas already. We already have a committee in place. We have a structure in place with it. Staff brings things forward for council to consider with recommendations and a proper reporting structure. But I think that committee, and I could probably speak for my other two colleagues, is very underutilized. And this is just going to start to give it a little bit more use and give us an opportunity to have councillors part of that decision-making authority. So I think it's just a clean, efficient way to do it without creating a new committee or anything like that. I think we're just utilizing structures we have.
Okay, well, I'm totally in support of it being reviewed, and if it can come back with an appropriate context in that regard, great. I support it in that regard, so let's refer it.
Okay, Ms. Brushton, can you please just clarify if every application has gone through the review committee in the past year as per the policy?
To Mayor Macon, yes. So all of the grants for the commercial revitalization grants policy, as well as kind of the previous iteration, that business development or the business support grants, those were reviewed by this review committee.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Ketcher, do you have another comment? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I know there's some concern with saying tourism grant. So I can either do a motion to rename the tourism grant to a city grants committee, or I can do it via notice of motion to come back on June 9th. So, which would actually say then the decision making for any of these grants comes to city council. So it can either be germane or, but this is a referral. So I'm okay with this, and then I will do a notice of motion to rename the tourism grant committee and have that come back with what the powers would be.
Is that something that can just be incorporated within this rather than having a separate motion? It seems germane to this motion.
I think if council's okay with it, we could just take that away, and it's something that we would look at with the report that would be brought back on July 7th.
Is that satisfied, Councillor Ketcher?
Yeah, because if it doesn't come back, then the way I see it, renaming it and moving these powers across, I will read my notice of motion in at that point in time, or make it germane then. Okay? Are you okay with that?
Okay, Councillor Randhawa, do you want to close?
No, I think I said already everything I wanted to say already. I think just adds a little more council involvement into a process that's already really well done by staff. And I appreciate Councillor Ketcher adding that to the report. I think having that option of expanding the mandate of that committee to include all grants, whether it's commercial, whether it's nonprofit, whether it's so forth, I think that'll be good practice, and I look forward to that being part of the report.
Thank you. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried. All right, moving along to 10.2, Bus Stop Improvements Project Amendment, Lindsay Radford and Richard Gagnon. Thanks, Aaron.
All right, so good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Lindsay Radford, the Transit Supervisor, and with me today is Richard Gagnon, Director of Public Works. In our presentation today, we will be providing an update on the bus stop improvement project and making a recommendation to amend the project scope. This project was initially intended to be partially funded by the Canada Public Transit Fund, which we applied for in November of 2024. Last year, we submitted details for the project to the federal government and received approval from Council to proceed with the project, conditional on the grant funding. In March of this year, a letter from Mayor Makin was sent to the Minister of Housing to ascertain the status of our application, but no reply has yet been received. The total budget for the bus stop improvement project is $350,000, with 60% or $210,000 being funded by the city's capital project reserve and the remaining $140,000 funded by the CPTF grant. To allow this project to begin in 2026, administration is proposing to proceed with the installation of a reduced number of pads remaining within the city's portion of the original budget of $210,000. The remaining 20 pads would be installed once CPTF grant funding has been confirmed. So it is administration's recommendation that Council direct administration to advance capital project 26011 local transit bus stops improvement independently of the Canada Public Transit Fund grant program approval, with expenditures restricted to $210,000 sourced from the Capital Projects Reserve, and with full project completion to follow Canada Public Transit Fund grant approval.
Thank you very much. The questions or a motion? Go ahead, Councillor Blizzard.
Sure, maybe I'll just do the motion right away, and that way it opens it up to whatever questions we have. So I make a motion that Council direct administration to advance capital project 26011 as presented. Is that enough?
Yeah, I'll accept the motion. Do you wish to speak to it?
Yep. I think this is something we need to do. I somehow thought it was already approved. When I was reading this through, I thought, didn't we already talk about this? And it was going through, but as you're talking now, you said it was contingent on this grant, which we haven't heard from. So we should at least get started with it. And then reading through more and more of this, it looks like we have quite a reserve, so we're good on doing this. So I think definitely you should get started, and hopefully the grant will still come.
Councillor Wesley.
All right. Now I got to begin with my in the day. Kind of when I worked for Finance Canada back, if we had a requirement to send back any kind of response within 30 days. Now I will grant you that Minister Flaherty ran a tighter ship than I think than the current people do now. But at what point does no response mean sort of like a soft rejection? Just curious what that tipping point is for you, Lindsay.
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, I do not have a firm deadline of when we would consider this a no-go. Surveys across the province so far is that the majority of transit agencies have not received their approval. So we are all operating under the assumption that we will receive the approvals. We just do not have a timeline of when. So we are still remain very optimistic that we will hear. All indication from administration at the federal level is that our grant approval should be coming. It's just a matter of getting it signed by the minister.
Okay. And just curious, when we were picking these 30 pads for to be completed, how are we selecting those?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, we will prioritize locations that are in most need of repair, near either senior centers or high density residential areas that are exposed to like high winds and weather. So we do have a list of criteria that we would prioritize first. And any location that might be more complicated, say it needs some slope work to improve accessibility, those we would probably wait so that we can use the grant funding to help fund those locations that will be more expensive to do.
Okay, awesome. And maybe just one last question. If the grant is denied, what's sort of our exit strategy? Do we just stop at the 30, or will there be a request coming back to council for the City of Fort Saskatchewan to pay for the last 20?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, we would definitely be coming back at some point to request further funding to complete the entire project. Don't know if we would do that in 2026, but it would come at some date in the future.
Okay, awesome. Thanks a lot, Lindsay.
Councillor Harris.
Um, I'm sure you know this better than I do, but I heard something earlier this year that the Liberal government was actually walking back their commitment to transit in different ways. I can't be more specific than that. It was just something in passing that I heard. And so then the question is there any truth to that? I mean, we're sitting here thinking about waiting, and it was my understanding that you would expect that they would support public transit because there are so many things, environmental notwithstanding, that would go into supporting a program of that type. So, do you know what I'm talking about? There was some background to that? Was that true?
Through the mayor to Councillor Harris, it's true in one sense. So the Canada Public Transit Fund had 3 streams. There was the baseline stream, a regional stream, and the targeted stream. This bus stop improvement project was applied for under the baseline stream, where it's the targeted stream that has been redirected into the Build Canada Strong Fund. So the funding is still there and transit can apply for it, but it's not within the CPTF fund, it's within the larger infrastructure fund.
Well, I'm glad that you have your fingers on the pulse of that particular program. So thank you very much. It was just in the back of my mind, what the heck's going on there. I have a question though. So the Lions Club was very generous a number of years ago in funding the installation of several bus stops of a standard at that point in time. We didn't have a standard that I was aware of at that point in time. We now have a standard for bus stops. So when they're actually put up as a small structure for sheltering, inclement, wet weather, whatnot, is our intent to perhaps go to a standard, and so that all of our bus stops will look the same, and the new, and some of those ones that the Lions funded have kind of reached the end of their useful lifespan, I would imagine. Correct me if I'm wrong. And if that's the case, are we going to go to a standard so they all look the same and they all function the same way?
Yes, through the mayor to Councillor Harris, that is the plan. We will be purchasing shelters, and the pad itself to begin with will all be now standard across the city, so that any furniture that we would like to install, we have the same working space wherever we are. And then the shelters and benches as well will all be the same look, the same feel. So replacements and maintenance will become a lot easier.
Yeah, and I think this is a really critical step for us to take as we look to promote our transit program more effectively. Because I think people don't necessarily want to sit out or stand out if they can find a place to sit. And so I'm glad to see that we're doing that, because I think that will basically pay dividends in terms of people seeing it as a more appropriate level of service that they can count on when they need it. So I'm glad we're moving in that direction.
Councillor Nguyen. Sorry.
Yeah, I had to rewind my memory to what I said during budget with this. I understand why it's here before us today, because the scope of what budget allocation, what we can achieve with what we have guaranteed right now is. But I was mentioning during budget as well that grant money outside of municipality does aid in funding these projects, and then being aligned with them is an easier decision. What I would like to see happen here is that if we've already applied for the grant and we're not sure if we're going to get it, if this is going to go ahead because it was passed through budget, and I would assume that there's no opposition to it following that, we wait till this 2027 budget to then hear from you to see if we're successful in the grant application, and go through with growth or make a decision at that point. So I don't know if that's possible at all, but I would be more comfortable doing something of that nature.
No comment.
Yeah, through the mayor to.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that you weren't waiting for a for a response to that. Sorry. Okay. Councillor Randau.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys bringing this forward. I'll support it. Council, as a majority, supported these bus stops and part of budget, and this is really just still us doing our part, and we'll see what happens with our grants. My only question, kind of tangentially related, is, so we're talking about bus stops, we talked about the new buses earlier. When's the next opportunity for council to kind of dive into the details on the performance of the program? how many times are we on time versus not, and options there to improve that reliability.
Your worship, to Councillor Rondo, we did the work in 2024.
Yeah.
That's about less than 2 years old. So the data that is there into the transit report, the 2024, will be very useful for you to look at. So it's available on our website. And then I think we're planning to, I think it was a 5-year scope on what we've done. So maybe next year we may look at the midway where we're at. So potentially 2027 to update some of the data on this one. But you got some very good data there, and that basically trigger what we're doing right now. So
okay,
I'll suggest you look at the transit report in 2024 on our website.
Thank you very much. I have read that report. I think on 1 or 2 occasions when we looked at expending more for the buses and now the bus stops. I'll support this motion. My only comment will be, I think we as a council will need to dive into those details sooner rather than later, because we have a couple big expenses we've approved, but that data I think needs to be dived into on a more frequent basis.
Thank you. Councillor Ketcher?
Thank you. So I will support getting this done sooner than later. I know it's always difficult when it's we say, well, there's this money available and you hope it comes in. But in this case, these are sort of independent and you can do as many as you can with the money that's approved. We need to start looking at getting these pads done. We need to look at getting these bus shelters done. When I drive around and I see people standing out in the cold in the winter and they're standing in snow and by this bus stop sign, my heart goes out to them. So I think we've got to do as much as we can that we feel we can get done. So if this is our first step, let's get it done. Thanks.
Councillor Blizzard, do you wish to close?
Yes. Oops.
There you go.
Yes, just a couple of questions. Do the bus stops all have no smoking signs within a certain distance from stops?
Through the mayor to Councillor Blizzard, we do not have any signage at bus stops today that restricts smoking.
Maybe not the bus stop that's open air, but the ones that have shelters, should they not have something in there that if somebody's waiting with little kids, that people stand back a bit?
Through the mayor to Councillor, but it's not something we currently have. We could definitely look into we probably have to look at some type of a bylaw that would state that a bus stop is an area that there's no smoking allowed.
Yeah.
And to add to that, I believe we do have a bylaw for non-smoking.
There is a bylaw for no smoking,
we'll refer to
but
that
bus
bylaw and
stops.
see how it applies to the space.
Okay.
And then go from there.
Yeah. And then the other thing that was brought up here was, and this can go through the leadership team, but maybe give us feedback if that grant comes at some point. If we don't hear from you, we'll assume we haven't gotten it. But otherwise, yeah, I'm all for this. I think we need to get working on these, and that's it.
I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried 6-1. Thank you very much. All right, 11.1 was on consent. Going on to 11.2, Project 25008, Water Tower Refurbishment Budget Request, Grant Schaefer. Grant, who's winning tonight? Canucks or Vegas? Not Canucks, why did I say that? Colorado. That's why you look confused, Colorado or Vegas? No guess, come on.
Grant, the correct answer is Vegas.
He'll take your word for it. All right, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor Macon and members of council. My name is Grant Schaefer, Director of Fleet Facilities Engineering, and with me is Sadie Miller, Director of Utilities and Sustainability. We're here today to present a budget amendment to Capital Project 25008. As part of the 2025 capital budget, Project 25008 Water Tower Refurbishment was approved. This project scope was to refurbish the exterior of the tower to keep it in operation until the interior could no longer function as a useful part of the water distribution system, in approximately 10 years. This refurbishment will allow the tower to remain as a landmark in the community for an additional 20 to 25 years before refurbishment would be or could be required again. The original approved budget was $1.3 million, with an additional $115,000 added for enhanced lighting, for a total approved budget of $1,415,000. Detailed design of the project was completed in 2025, with construction tenders closing in late April of 2026. 3 proposals were received. All 3 were over budget. The total estimated project costs, including detailed design, mural painting, refurbishment, hazardous material abatement, and lighting, is $2,015,000, exceeding the approved budget by $600,000. There were some specific items that were drivers of these costs that were not included in the original budget estimate and in the refurbishment report that it was based upon. Some of those major items include the replacement of the ladder, which, when replaced, needs to conform to current codes, which requires additional platforms to be constructed as you go up the tower. This was not identified in the previous report. However, during detailed design, it was identified that the ladder would need to be replaced within the next 5 to 10 years, so it made sense to do it now rather than wait until it was done, I guess, for lack of a better word. The electrical upgrades require a vertical cable tray to support and secure the power and data cables as they run up the tower. This was not part of the original assessment, as the lighting was done after the fact and the structural piece of that design was not complete. As well, costs for mobilization and demobilization were higher than anticipated within the assessment report. These costs include the installation or removal of scaffold around the tower to create a secure, confined work environment for the hazardous material abatement and coating of the tower. The original project was funded from 3 funding sources: the local government fiscal framework, Arts and Public Places, and the Capital Projects Reserve. The additional funding is proposed to come from the Utilities, Infrastructure, and Equipment Reserve. At the time of the original budget presentation, utilities did not contribute directly, as there was excess funding within the city's LGFF MSI allocations. To complete the planned scope of work, an additional $600,000 is required to be added to the budget. Council could reduce the scope of the project by removing the lighting. This would save $275,500, but would still require an additional $324,500 to be added to the budget to complete the necessary refurbishment work. Council could also give other direction as they see fit. Administration is recommending that Council amend the 2026 capital budget by adding $600,000 to Project 25008 Water Tower Refurbishment, to be funded from the Utilities, Infrastructure, and Equipment Reserve. With that, we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Lots of people chiming in here. Questions, or I'm open to putting a motion on the floor, whichever you choose. Councillor Ketcher?
Okay, I'm just going to go with the question first. So this was approved originally in 2024, and it was supposed to be done in 2025?
That was the original plan, was to try and get it done by the end of the season in 2025.
So delaying the project, how much inflationary cost?
I think inflation typically is around 3%. It's hard to say exactly what it would be on a project like this, but that 3 to 4% range is what we're seeing in a year to year.
Like 300,000 or something, or?
No, it'd be
30,000,
I think, 30 to 40.
It just seems like the costs are quite extraordinary. I'm going to listen to what everybody has to say, but I'm just going to go on record that we've got to cut some costs on this. So I'm probably going to be looking at the alternative motion, but I'll see where everybody else is.
Thank you. Councillor Blizzard?
I don't want to see costs, or not, I want to see costs cut on this. I don't want to see the project cut. What I see here is that there was unexpected expenses that were due to this ladder that's needed and the platforms. And then I can't remember what the detail was, but something with the lighting was extra cording or electrical system needed. That was unexpected. So that's the big chunk of the increase, right?
Through the mayor to Council Blizzard, I don't want to say it's the big chunks. I don't want to overstate where things didn't match the budget. Those were a couple of the things that we've identified within the detailed design that didn't match the original assessment report. It accounts for about 200,000 of the 600. One of the big ones, and I'm going to say it's a miss in the way the estimate was done, was about 200,000 in the difference in the scaffolding costs. from what was budgeted to put up the scaffolding versus what was bid. So that was, in terms of a chunk, that was the mobilization demobilization piece. That was one of the big differences that we saw. It was probably the biggest chunk, and then there's just a little bit on everything else that made up that other 200.
Yeah, and I think Councillor Ketcher, when she was asking about that, it was, yes, we can go by inflation, but it's almost like some of these costs jump more year to year than others due to supply and demand of different metals and whatever the issue is, right? So some of it could be, if we had done it last year, it might have been more than the 6% less or 3% less.
Through the mayor, Councillor Blizzard, there's always that chance. I don't necessarily know that that's 100%. Looking, hindsight's always 20/20. So when we go back and look at the way that that assessment report was done, I think maybe it didn't give us quite as an accurate estimate as we were hoping it was. And so that we probably should have done this, again, hindsight being what it is, we should have done this in a 2-stage approval where we did the detailed design and then came back for construction budget. We thought we had a more accurate estimate than we did. So this is the situation we're in right now.
Okay. And one thing that also pushes me to hoping that it will go as planned is when I look at our reserve for this, we're 6 million over the optimal balance. So, to take 600,000 extra out of that we're still over the optimal balance. And I just think if we're going to do something, let's do it right. But maybe I'll comment on that again once a motion's in.
Councillor Wesley, what say you?
Oh, lots as usual. So Grant, I'm looking at some of the cost increases, and they're code related, such as ladder safety, fall protection. And what I want to know is if we've called the engineer or engineers of record and asked them to explain how they could miss basic code related requirements.
So through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, because they didn't recommend or they didn't feel the ladder had to be done right away, it means you didn't have to bring it up to code because it's an existing condition. So until you replaced the ladder, it met code because it was built under the old code. So now that you have to replace the ladder, you have to bring it up to new code.
Okay, but when you're doing such a big refurb like we are doing on the water tower, wouldn't bringing everything up to code be a natural part of the process?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, in a public building, we would do that. On something like this, it's generally accessed by lifts anyway. The ladder's not used much, so not as high a priority in terms of just because it needs to be new code, but because there is some other issues with it and it's going to have to be done sooner than later, it made sense to do it now.
Okay, thanks a lot, Grant.
All right, Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, I don't get why we're replacing the ladder, like to paint it or to sandblast it, the ladder has to be removed. Because if it's not, then the structure stays the same.
Through the mayor to Councillor Nguyen, it's the structure and the connections of the ladder to the tower.
Have to be removed?
Have to be replaced, not to paint them, but they've deteriorated and rusted and they need to be replaced and upgraded.
I'll take your word for it.
That's the design report, yeah.
I'm curious about the $100,000 contingency. And when you get tenders, these companies really should be made to, on a project of this scale, should be made to, stick to what they quoted for the project. So why are we placing $100,000 contingency in there? Is there not confidence that we're going to be able to do it within the budget, or we're going to get overbilled? I mean, why would we have to? If we're certain about scaffolding, we're certain about all the mobilization, the labor, and the materials that it's going to cost to do this project, then what's that in there for?
Through the mayor to Councillor Nguyen, it's really to do with the lead paint abatement. So they're going to remove the lead paint from the areas that are starting to flake, but if it's still attached, well, they're just going to encapsulate it. So there's an estimate of an area of lead paint that they have to remove, but it's paid by the square meter. So it'll be based on actual removal area rather than the estimate right now that's in the tender. So we just wanted to have some play in there in case there's an area that is substantially worse than we were expecting.
And sandblasting won't remove all of the lead paint from it, because encapsulating, I think, is more of an expensive endeavor.
Through the mayor, Council Nguyen, if it's less expensive to encapsulate than to sandblast the it all off. So we'll be scraping or sandblasting those areas that require it because it's flaking off and there's nothing to bond to. But where the paint is still adhering well, we'll be basically coating over top and encapsulating.
Okay, thanks for those answers.
Councillor Harris.
Can you put the picture of the tower up that was in the presentation? You know, that's really an ugly structure. Well, it is. And we've got all these cell tower antennas and things of that nature on it. And it needs a good paint job. There's no question about it. The little people are wonderful, and they're going to come back, and they'll be beautiful, and they'll make it beautiful again. And that's lovely. And I mean, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But are all of those cell tower apparatuses and all that sort of stuff still going to be hanging off of there when we do this? When we do the painting and the sandblasting and all that sort of stuff?
Through the mayor to Councillor Harris, we have existing leases with those companies, so they would be put back up. Yes.
Okay. Now, when they do that, do they put up current generation technology so that it actually possibly could be less intrusive in relation to its overall look?
Through the mayor to Councillor Harris, I think recently they've actually upgraded most of those antennas. I don't know the details of that, but I think most of those have been upgraded to what they are now, and this probably isn't a current picture, but that's
okay. So what we're going to get out of this thing is we're going to get a refurb water tower that's painted, doesn't look shabby, even though it's not a really wonderful structure in its own light. And beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I get it. And council made the decision, and I'm not going to go back and try to refute that decision. It was dynamically supported by a number of members of council, and I support that, and I get it. So that was primarily what I was looking to see what we'll get out of this thing. Anything about the structure at the bottom of it, the building? Does any of that stuff get and the general appearance in the base facilities? Does any of that get tidied up and made to look better?
through the mayor to Councillor Harris. So the central column gets new cladding on it because that's failing.
Good.
And then when you get down to the building, the building itself doesn't get anything like exterior wise changed. There is a new roof being put on it. They have to, with the penetration of the column and that, it's having to put a new replace the roof. But that's really it in terms of the structure down below.
Okay, and final question. So you're saying we're going to do this, we're going to get, we don't really need the water tower from a utility standpoint, because ultimately it's not really adding much in terms of adding head. We pump water up in there, we keep a little bit of head. So it's not really all that critical, because most modern water utilities are using basically pumped pressure. They're not using head pressure of this type.
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Harris, you're correct. The way our system's set up, though, we're not set up to take it without the tower yet. That will be coming in the 10 years where we upgrade some pumps to be VFDs, so we don't need the tower anymore.
Yeah, and I get that. So ultimately, for the time being, the tower does perform, an element of putting head into the system in one regard. And when I say head, it's pressure, basically.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, good. So how long will this last? And then at some point in the future, whenever that is, we're going to take it out of service, and it's just going to be a steel thing sticking up in the air on a major road coming into our downtown community.
Through the mayor to Councillor Harris, the expectation is that the tower will remain in service as part of the water network for another 10 years or so. And then at that point, it would remain a landmark with this refurbishment, another 10 to 15 years beyond that before additional work would be required to freshen it up again.
Okay, so at some future point, a council is going to have to make a decision whether they're prepared to do that at that future time, or whether it will then become a decision whether it's basically demolished.
Yes.
And that's a future time, future decision. And I get it. I mean, it's fine. I'm okay with it for now. Council made the decision. I'll support it on that basis. So, thank you.
Councillor Rendawa.
Yep. Myself and Councillor Wesley are fortunate enough not to be part of the past decision to paint over the little people, but burn. No. Jokes aside, a question regarding the time frame, Grant. So Councillor Harris kind of touched on it. Does this have another 20 years or so then before we'd go back?
Through the mayor to Councilor Randawa, so as a functional part of the water system, it's about 10 years.
Okay.
And then as a landmark, before you'd have to refurbish in some way, shape, or form, be 20 to 25 is the expectation.
And at some point, are we going to have to just rebuild this thing from ground up? Like, it's pretty old.
Through the mayor to Councilor Randawa, I guess that would be that future decision. Do you rebuild, just tear it down, or whatever that may be?
And do we have anything going into reserves on a yearly basis for that 20 year from now cost?
Through the mayor to Councillor Randawa, yes, there is a reserve contribution coming from utilities and sustainability as well as culture and rec on an annual basis.
How much? Do you know?
Oh, I think the total is about $54,000, but I believe it's split 50-50 between the two departments.
Okay. Okay. So in about 20 years, we'll have about $1 million or so.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Alan hasn't shaken his head at me yet, so I'm going to say my rough math was okay. Okay. And then in terms of the design work that got us to this, what level of design work did we do for our first estimates?
Through the mayor to Councilor Randawa, again, this is hindsight because we thought we had something that was pretty close. They came out and they did an assessment of it. They wrote a report saying this is what needed to be done. When we got through into the details of it, they hadn't necessarily refined the details enough to really say that that was a good detailed estimate, and that's where we made our mistake, is assuming it was a better class of estimate than it really was.
Okay. And last question regarding the lighting. So I'm correct in that it just lights up the repainted little people at nighttime?
Through the mayor to Councilor Doyle, that's correct. It'll go around the platform around the bottom, shining up. Yes.
Okay, not down and not different colors. Those were the more expensive options.
Don't believe it shines down. Okay. I can't remember the details for sure, but I think we can color change them.
Oh, we can. Okay.
Mr. Edgington?
Yeah, through the mayor to Councilor Radhawa, council had approved just lighting around the base and to Grant's point to change lighting. And the more expensive options were not chosen to do the rest of the tower, but to be potentially upgraded at a future time.
Okay. Okay. I'll wait to see what motion goes forward. Thank you.
All of my comments are on debate, so I will leave it till there's a motion. Councillor Wesley?
All right, I'd like to.
You're totally gone. I don't know what happened there. Go ahead.
Testing. Okay. I'd like to ask a couple questions, and I'm prepared to move the motion.
Okay.
Now, when we talk about the tower being operational, providing pressure for 10 years, when I look at the package, it says between 3 and 13, which seems broad. Did I read that wrong?
Grant, can I take this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, the original budget recommendation specified an expected time frame of 5 to 15 years, and the limiting factor will be the interior coating. That water tower is not usable as part of the water distribution system if that interior coating degrades too much. So we do have assessments being done on that every other year, and the results of those assessments will determine the usable lifespan of that tower as part of our distribution system.
Okay, so we're pretty high degree of uncertainty as to how long that will be.
Through the mayor, that is correct. Yes.
Okay. One more question. Councillor Nguyen was concerned about the 5% contingency being too high, and given that we're kind of 42% out already, I'm kind of concerned that it's too low. So what do you think?
Through the mayor, Councillor Wesley. So right now we have bid prices where they're locked in prices for everything. The only piece that isn't is the square meter cost for the abatement of paint. So that's why we want that contingency in there, just in case there's some differences.
Okay. Councillor Randawa and I, of course, have always loved the endearing quality of the water tower. We have always been 100% in support of the wonderful little people that are thereupon. We have never been part of a council that would say anything differently. So I'm pleased to move the motion, if I may.
You may.
There we go. I move that the council amend the 2026 capital budget by adding $600,000 to project 25008 water tower refurbishment funded from the Utilities Infrastructure and Equipment Reserve.
Do you wish to make a comment?
Another comment? Absolutely. No, I actually like the water tower. I think it's a kind of a cute part of Fort Saskatchewan lore. And of course the community certainly loves it, which is probably the most important thing as an elected representative, is that we do represent their interests first and foremost. So I'm happy to move this motion forward because so many people in this town really love it. So
Thank you very much. Okay. We got to get back in order here. So, Councillor Blizzard, go ahead.
All right, I will support this motion. I guess what our newer council members didn't see or hear, unless they've gone back and listened to some of our past meetings, was that the tower serves as, I don't know, antenna broadcast for some of these devices that are on there, and we would need some kind of a tower if they weren't. Some kind of a tower would have to be built to support them. This serves as a nice way to do it. A few years ago, I was visiting a friend that was in the Palm Springs area, and they had towers there that they made them look like palm trees. So I just think it's a nice decorative way, artsy way, I guess, to have this. I am partial to the water tower and especially the little people. I know, having talked to many others, that lots of the city residents do like that. So I just think we should do it, though, including the lighting. I wish we were lighting up even more, but that's more expensive. But I think our winters are long and dark, and the water tower, if you ever drive by there for a good chunk of the year, it's not very visible. So I think by having the lighting, we make it a little bit more of a landmark, even in the dark winters.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor Nguyen is next. Go ahead.
I'm not sure how it became little people. They're about 25 feet tall. Anyway.
In the speaking order. Yeah.
Do you want to go?
We are on second round. Councillor Nguyen is next.
So I would like to make an amending motion to this that council, it would be include in the capital budget project 25008 water tower refurbishment with the deletion of lighting and muralist components. Is that okay?
Yep. I mean, you made the motion.
No, I was just asking right now. We're gonna lose a little
So
bit.
pretty much what the alternative is listed in the report, you're going with the recommendation of adding the 324,500 to project 25008.
Yeah, let's just do that because I don't think it'll pass without the mural deletion.
So no amended motion?
Amending motion
I'll
with
amend the amending motion is the one that you have listed then. And I'd like to make that amending motion to the motion right now. Is that
So just
correct?
the one to remove the lighting?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Is that clear, Ms. Kennedy? Yeah, you good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you wish to speak to your amending motion?
Yeah, and the only point of this motion I'd like to hear from the rest of council is $600,000 on a $2 million project as a significant overage. I think we need to find ways to cut costs of it. We're doing the structural and surface work that needs to be done to uphold the integrity of the water tower as a functioning piece of our infrastructure, and it'll look significantly better. Adding lights to it is one way that we can reduce the cost of it, given that our engineering department has received bids that are over the amount that by a significant amount that council was previously shown. So I think it would be prudent if we were able to cut costs in any capacity that we can. Thank you.
Okay, I will come back to Harrison Randhawa on the original motion, but Councillor Harris, would you like to say anything on the amending motion?
No, I think if you're in for a penny, you're in for a pound. Council had a long discussion about this. I understand cost cutting and cost abatement, but we made a decision to move forward in that regard, and here it's at. You know, could the estimates have been tighter and better? Yeah, probably, but this is a complicated project. Small, but it's a complicated project. You know, so I don't support the amending motion. I think let's go forward. Let's do it properly. Let's keep the little people, which were obviously a very significant commentary from our community, and the lighting, I think, obviously adds some interest to it, quite frankly. So I support the main motion that was put forward. Thank you.
Councillor Randhawa, anything on the amending motion? Yep. Okay.
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Random question. Are we zoned to be able to light that thing up at night? Or does that need any sort of approval?
Through the mayor to Councilor Randhawa, we did check with Transport Canada and those things, and we were okay with that. Yes.
And even residential surrounding areas, they're not notified or anything? I thought we did when we lit up the football field.
Through the mayor to Councilor Randhawa, because it's uplit, it's not leaving the site to shine in somebody's yard or anything like that. So it's okay that way.
Interesting. I'll support this motion. You know, when I looked at 600,000 overages, I thought, like, what are we putting 3 entrance signs on this water mural? Get it? But I just think it's a large expense. We have big tax increases in the past 2 years, probably projected in future years as well. Every penny matters, and you know, removing the lighting saves a significant sum of money and still allows us to go ahead and, you know, preserve this water tower as an important landmark in our city and still keep the little people, because Councillor Wesley and I are strong proponents of the little people, and also just keep the water tower part of our overall system. So I think it's important to keep the water tower, but we have to be mindful of costs in this environment, and I think this is a prudent way of looking forward.
Thank you. What I would have said on the main motion, I think, is that when I originally looked at this request, I thought, oh, let's take out the lighting. Right away, I was like, yeah, let's reduce the cost. And then I was thinking about it some more, and I just think that the lighting is a big part of it. It's meant to be a landmark in the future, and it's going to cost a lot more 10 years down the road. So I am in favor of just keeping it in. And I mean, it certainly comes to mind, my good friend, Councillor Harris, if I'm going to get this right, is build it once and build it right. So that's what came to my mind. And I just don't think it's going to save us money overall. It's coming from a reserve. It's not going to contribute to the tax increase at this time. So I would just like to move ahead with the project as we expected. It's unfortunate that we've had these unexpected costs, but I won't support the amending motion. Councillor Ketcher.
Okay, so I wanted to listen where everybody was sitting at, and I agree, get it done right the first time, but I don't remember back in 2024 when we were talking about it and how we know where I was coming from. I was looking for options of other things of grandeur, but, and I'm not going to say small people because I want to be politically correct, but, you know, I guess the only struggle that I have with the lighting, and I don't know how I voted back in the day on this one, but once we get into spring and then we go into late fall, really the lighting is going to be immaterial because we get very little amount of darkness later in the day. I am just really struggling with this. I would have been the first one to put it on to remove that, because I think it's a really nice to have, but does it really add to quality of life? I would probably say no to that. You know, and I understand saying getting it done right the first time, and I really want to support Councillor Blizzard because I didn't support you on the other when we were talking about changes, but I am just struggling with that dollar amount for lighting when you consider that there's only so few months that it's actually going to be relevant. And I mean, you can see the tower from far away anyways. So I'll probably support your motion just to test the waters. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wesley.
Yes, again, as one of the two councillors who have been consistent in their how much they adore the people, I support the water tower. However, I don't support this particular amendment to the motion because I do not see the point of spending a whole bunch of money on the people in Muriel only to have them hidden 6 months of the year because it's so dark. So I think it would. It seems kind of a dichotomy to me to, on one hand, make it beautiful, on the other hand, not necessarily display it. So I applaud. Councillor Nguyen and his sense of frugality and looking for cost savings where we can, but I just don't see that this is the place for it.
Councillor Blizzard.
While we do not see the lights in the summertime for a stretch, we will see them a long time in the winter as people are going to work. Everyone will find their way to downtown area Fort Saskatchewan because we're going to stay on daylight savings time, so we get to have darkness till almost 10 a.m. So those lights will be like a beacon of where to go in Fort Saskatchewan. So I think it's the same thing. I've said it before, so many projects. If we're going to do it, let's do it right. But I think we need to keep this in, so I won't be supporting this amending motion.
All right. Councillor Nguyen, anything on close? Go ahead.
No.
All right, I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. I almost voted yes. And that motion is defeated. All right, we're going back to the original motion. Councillor Harris, did you have anything further? You were next in the rotation. Go ahead.
Thank you. I got to tell you, my earlier comments about the beauty of it were kind of tongue in cheek, but kind of real. I grew up in Lethbridge, and Lethbridge, if you've been there anytime in the not too distant past, has a huge green water tower on 3rd Avenue and Mayor-McGrath Drive. And it was a major water tower that was used for the water system for pressure. They had several, but that was one of them. When they finally made the decision to do away with that type of, service enhancement from a pressure standpoint, they ultimately were in a conundrum of what to do with that big water tower. And they thought, well, we could tear it down. And they subsequently made the decision to lease it to a private operator who was they ran a Ricky's out of it at one time, or Rick's Grill, I don't know. And they still, to this day, are operating a restaurant, and it's the Water Tower Restaurant, whatever the name is now. It's gone through several owners and several operations. I don't know how successful it is, but still operating. Now, obviously, we couldn't do that with ours because I don't think it's set up in the same manner. But if it's there, it's going to be there. I guess support going forward and doing what we got to do. Let's make it visible. And Councillor Blizzard, you're right. I hope we don't end up with full daylight savings time or daylight time. That'd be crazy. But it will be visible. So those are my final comments. So I support it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Randawa.
I thought Councillor Harris might amend this to add a little Harris Pub and Grill up there. You never know. We got a ladder. I'll support the motion. The water tower is an important landmark in our community, and it not only serves a cultural aspect, but also a fundamental use aspect in regards to cell towers, signals for water utilities, and as well as adding a little pressure to our systems. So there is a cost to not having the water tower. So with that, I will support keeping this and making sure we maintain this asset. It would have been nice to remove the lighting. I think $600,000 extra is a lot of money, and I think it's all fine and dandy to always say build it once and build it well, but that means we're only going to be able to build so many things, and at some point push will come to shove as we continue to look for money elsewhere when we look at budgets and taxes. So with that, I will support this. I also hope that we'll see some adjustment to the reserve payments as we look at future budgets to ensure that kind of matches with the lifespan we anticipate after this refurbishment. But you know, that's just a good plug for the reserve motion coming up, and to consider that.
All right. Who made this motion? Councillor Wesley, do you wish to close? Nope. All right, I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried. All right. Moving on. We're getting there. 11.3, motion following notice, 5-year reserve strategy. Councillor Randawa, this is your motion. Go ahead.
Awesome. I will move the motion as printed and distributed as it pops up on my thing. Second. Can I be read, please?
Oh, my apologies.
No worries. Yeah. I move that Council direct administration as part of the 2027 capital budget presentation to prepare an updated 5-year reserve strategy to be presented for adoption at a regular council meeting no later than October 31st, and that the strategy include at minimum the following as printed and distributed. And speaking in favor of this motion, you know, we talked a lot about reserves and where money should go in reserves at a previous meeting a few weeks ago in regards to the surplus that we had and how we wanted to sprinkle that around. I think it's quite interesting the amount of reserve accounts that we do have. I think some of them just are never touched, and while some of them may serve legal purposes, others I think just aren't utilized to the intent they were created, whether it's something like the snow reserve for overages on snow removal. And I think it's about time council rolls up its sleeves and starts looking at why we have so many reserves. Can we start to amalgamate some of these and combine them to make it a little bit easier to understand where our money is going? And that would be the first part of that. The second is, I think in past budgets we've seen it, whether it's with the fire truck and so forth. I think this water tower is a great example. We might not be putting in the right amount of money for some of these large projects. And when these projects are 10, 15 years apart, whether it's for a fire truck, we're only putting the reserve payment for the fire truck cost at year 1. And I think we really need to formalize some sort of review process that if there are assets that are 10, 15 years before they need to be replaced, we need to have a formalized process that looks at updating and reviewing those reserve amounts to ensure that the cost of these assets hasn't inflated and that we have enough money in those accounts. So hopefully this will give council a better picture of how we can make this a smoother and more efficient process, but also start to understand, do we have enough in a lot of these reserve accounts? And if not, you know, why not? And how can we ensure that we have that stability going forward? So I think it's just good practice. And I've been told by administration they can bring this in as part of the overall capital budget debate, and they can do this internally. So.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to go first on this one. So I will support the motion. I think it's good to bring back this information for council to have a better understanding about how these reserves work. We do end up always having a lot of questions around the reserves. I would say that I do believe that there is already in place a process for the update and review of that capital contribution. We often get at budget time adjustments that they bring. We've realized that a pumper truck is going to be more expensive, and that adjustment is made along the way. I don't think that we never look at it again. So I do think maybe understanding what that looks like from administration side is important. I'm also really weary of the first point in this motion, options for consolidating, as long as the options that come back include leaving it as is, because I actually think it's easier to understand and utilize when we have these separate accounts. I think that that is the point of it. I don't think that every one of these reserves has a separate bank account, but I think that once you start consolidating them into one, then we can lose understanding of what is all in there. And I think maybe the opposite is true. in this case, but I will absolutely support the motion. I think it's a great opportunity for us to discuss this and learn more. I think we might need a whole afternoon, a few hours to go through this, and I actually am really looking forward to this work coming back. So I appreciate the motion, Councillor Randhawa. Councillor Wesley.
All right, awesome. Big kudos to my good friend there, Councillor Randhawa, for moving this forward, and his knowledge and love of the intricacies of local government is warms my heart every time I see one of his lovely motions. I am supportive of this. I think this is a really good idea to pursue. I'm just wondering if administration could give me some guidance as to whether a comprehensive review of our reserve obligations has happened in the recent past, if ever. I know, Jeremy, I just wanted to talk to you for a bit, and you're sitting so comfortably out there in the stands.
There we go.
TV's not working either. It's okay.
Good evening, Council. To answer your question, Councillor Wesley, yes, we do review the reserves on an annual basis as part of the budget process. But again, when we're presenting things like the capital budget and the 10-year capital plan, we often present it at a very high level, right? We show all of the reserves as one total. We don't go into the level of detail that the motion put forward would be looking at. So this is information we obviously track and we can provide, but so this would just add to that.
Okay. And can you think of, just off the top of your head, any kind of external from Fort Saskatchewan restrictions that might impede any consolidation of these reserves?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, so there are 6 externally restricted reserves, and so those are reserves where the funds have come in from a third party, and they provide directives to how that money is spent. So we don't, unless that purpose of that reserve is no longer there, there is no opportunity to consolidate those. But we also have 15 internal reserves. Those are the internally restricted reserves, where there may be opportunities to consolidate some of those or combine them.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Jeremy.
You bet.
Go ahead, Councillor Blizzard.
Do we have the resources for this? Is this a lot of work? I don't know if this is Janelle Smith-Duguid or finance. And will there be a cost if we don't have the resources? Because especially finance, I think we're tight on manpower there.
Through the mayor to Councillor Blizzard. So I think, as I mentioned, this information is pretty readily available. We don't normally provide it at this high level of detail, but it's something that we certainly can provide and meet the timelines that are prescribed there.
Without extra
Without
cost.
additional resources.
Okay. Okay. Then I'll be in support of this. I'm not against this. I don't know if we need to consolidate a whole lot. I know in my personal life, I have wouldn't say a million, but I have a handful of e-savings that are earmarked for specific items. I don't think we need a fire truck reserve and a fire department uniform reserve. And, you know, we already have some of that consolidated, but I definitely can see the value in having different ones so that we make sure they're used for what they're intended for. But it certainly never hurts to look at it, and maybe there is some efficiencies there, so I'll support it.
Thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Councillor Randhawa for bringing this forward. It was many nights when I was first elected where I stayed up and studied the reserve fund policy in great detail. No, but I did actually, because I had no clue in that first budget that I went through how much or the size and the purpose and the scope and optimal balances for each of the reserve funds that were listed out through budget deliberations. So I do appreciate this, because I think if anything, it's going to bring council a refresher and really have a better understanding of how our reserves are utilized, and if there are some efficiencies that could be discussed and that are in alignment with maybe some policies that internal policies that your department has, then maybe we can help out in that way. But at the very least, we will be more prepared for the next 3 budgets. So thank you.
Councillor Ketcher.
So I'll be the one again, back in the day. So over the years, I've watched different departments and things, and it's like you consolidate, you break it out again, you consolidate, you just keep doing this. It's the circle of life in finance, always trying to find a new way to do things. Yeah, I do believe that this is a really good opportunity for council to have a really good holistic discussion about the reserves in total. Because, I mean, as I said, we used to have financial and sustainability reserve. And if there was a surplus, the money went into there, and we had a land purchase surplus land purchase reserve that if we sold a piece of land, that money went there, and then we could buy a piece of another piece of land somewhere. But over the years, then it was just easier to say, oh, well, you know, let's start breaking these out into little pots. But at the end of the day, for example, with your snow removal one, which we've started another one, at the end of the day, if they're over budget, and it comes out of the financial sustainability reserve, you know. So to set up another reserve and have $500,000 or $1 million sitting there doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So I think really having a conversation about reserve accounts in general is a really good time to do this, especially with some new council, but some old ones too. So, thanks.
Councillor Harris.
I'll support the resolution going forward. I think the operational words are prepare an updated 5-year reserve strategy. I've been dealing with reserves for years and years and years and years, and you tend to tune it out after a while because we know we have good financial resources to look after those reserves. They do the analytics that we need, and they provide the information to us. But I think given the fact that we have 2 new members of council, I think this is a good opportunity for the 7 of us to have that conversation within the context of the overall fiscal framework that we have, so that from a legislative perspective, we do keep track of the reserves that we have to, the restricted reserves, and those that are not restricted, why do we have them? And are they performing in the way we expect them to perform? And are they invested to achieve the highest rate of return on the invested capital that has been entrusted to us for that purpose? So I think it's an appropriate time to have that conversation and to revisit the strategy, and so that we're all up on the same page. So I support it in that light.
Thank you very much. Councillor Andawa, you wish to close? There you go.
I appreciate my colleagues' support for this piece of work. I think it's an important piece of the puzzle as we start to evaluate our overall fiscal health. It's not only taxes and operating budget or debt, it's also reserves and what we have in our accounts and how we utilize it and how we plan to utilize it going forward. So I look forward to the discussion and I appreciate the support.
Thank you. With that, I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. Should vote no. Can't make it that easy on you. And that is carried unanimously. All right. Dare I ask again if there's any notice of motions today? No. Okay, I'm going to quickly go by that one. Points of interest. Councillor Wesley.
Always. I have a couple, actually. First of all,
There's paragraphs.
3.
Go ahead.
Big shout out to Victoria Yalanska, Deanne Hoffs from Economic Development for organizing the downtown cleanup extravaganza last Friday, along with Grill Master Keith. It was an awesome event. I thought the turnout was pretty good. We got 80 volunteers involved, 285 pounds. So that was like super fun. Now, courtesy of our wonderful superstars at the Fort Historical Precinct, City Hall, the very lands in which we stand, was once owned by Ma Sing, an entrepreneur from China. He was born around 1875, immigrated to Canada around 1899 or 1901, and arrived in Fort Saskatchewan in 1911. He owned lots 1, 2, 3, and 5 on Block 6. His laundry was on Lot 5, approximately where the council meeting room is located. Lots 1 and 2 and 3 would be the location of the library, in case you're curious. By 1928, Ma Sing was no longer in Fort Saskatchewan's records. So think about that every time you're in, we're in Ma Sing's territory. And also, just as a shout out to our wonderful city manager and fond baseball fan, the first recorded baseball game in Fort Saskatchewan took place on May the 25th. Yesterday, in 1885, during the Northwest Resistance, the Northwest Mounted Police defeated the visiting 7th Company of the 65th Montreal Rifles by a score of 36-12 in 5 innings of play. Probably not the greatest pitching in the world. Anyway.
Thank you so much. That was excellent as always. Councillor Randawa.
Fantastic update as always. But you know, you missed the most important one, which is Councillor Wesley and I are proud to serve on the board of Heartland Housing. And Heartland Housing was, you know, fortunate enough to share a major win, get 10.9 million in provincial funding for an important affordable housing project. They'll go likely where the old Dr. Turner Lodge is. So that land sat vacant for years, and we finally secured the first leg of that funding. So Councillor Wesley and I won't take all the credit for this. We have a great team at Heartland Housing, but we may take most of the credit for this. So I think that's a huge win for our community as we look at affordable housing and just revitalizing downtown.
Thank you very much. And I'll just say much appreciated to Bridge Wellness Hub for having myself and council last week to do a tour and us learning about their new facility and the funding and the great things that they're doing for youth in the community. And thank you to Deputy Mayor Catcher for handling the scissors like a pro and doing the ribbon cutting for the Bread House in West Park. Excited to see that business reopen in our community. So thank you very much. All right, councillor inquiries. Excellent. All right, I'll take a motion to go in camera. Councillor Ketcher?
A motion, I don't think I've made one today, so.
Go ahead.
To go in camera for the items under access to information as presented in our agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. Thank you, and that is carried.